Oh, why did it stop? Music, don't stop. Whoa, okay, well, we're here. Hi, friends. Hello, welcome. Hi. It's me, Kayshurrr. Got MayorEmi here with me. Hello, friends. And it's gonna be great. Plains Man of Medan today. How is everyone doing? Not Great Plains Mandan. Listen, captions. Man of Medan. Why does it keep doing Big Keish? Why? Emmy even watched me.
Set it to clean vocals.
Yeah, I did see that.
Okay. It's fine. No big cache. None cache. None big cache. Please. Anyway, hi, we're here. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Who all is here? Everyone.
Everyone.
Allie, David, Nem, Morgan, Spaghetti, Emmy, I guess.
Yeah, I'm here.
Howdy, friends. It's Saturday, which I was gonna say means something, but it doesn't. It's just Saturday.
It's a day off. That's great.
Yeah. Is our voice quiet? Hold on a second. Let me turn the music down. How about that? Why did it stop?
Oh, okay. Allie said
Okay, I trust Allie.
I might be slightly quieter.
I have the mic closer to Emmy than I have
Yeah.
it to me, but Emmy's a quiet human being.
I'm yelling right now.
But yeah, we're gonna do some Man of Medan today, and it's gonna be great. It's very exciting. I have played this before. Emmy has seen it, but hasn't played it.
I don't remember anything.
Perfect. It's gonna be great, basically, is all y'all need to know. Yeah. Let me turn this just a little bit like that.
Okay.
It looked like it wasn't picking me up entirely all the time. Microphone, why are you like this?
You gotta have Paige.
Gotta have me. I'm so important.
It's true.
And that's a rock fact.
Thank you,
That's a rock fact.
But yeah, I don't think we're gonna mess around too much. We're gonna just start, I guess, if you're ready.
I'm so ready.
You say without a controller.
I'm ready now. I thought you had it.
Nope, you had it. Alright, let's...
I'm memorizing the controls.
Are you, though?
I'm gonna get all the quick time.
You're gonna 100% all of them. You're gonna do so dang good. It's gonna be great.
Oh, no. Curator.
Here.
We get to see his cakes.
You get to see the cakes.
I missed those cakes. They've been hiding.
They're good cakes. Game.
Thank you, David.
No, we're not doing any camera today. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing, Emmy.
Oh, I'm controlling it.
You are controlling it.
I have the controller.
You are in control. You have the controller in your hand.
Don't play alone.
Correct. Shared story.
Okay.
Let's go. Network error.
Okay, that's fine. We're not playing online.
No. Oh, maybe it's
We don't need to know what everyone else chose.
maybe it's the movie one. Then.
Moving it.
Yeah. You player local.
He's walking over.
Yes, he's getting ready to show us that ass.
Aw, they cut it off.
For now.
Okay.
New story.
Okay. Hello?
You saved it. This one. We love Mr. Cates. 2-player.
Ah!
Oh!
Oh.
We get to name ourselves.
Ah!
Okay, so name yourself for player 1, I think. Unless you want to enter my name. You can do that.
I'll be player 2.
Why are you player 2?
Edgy? I'm edgy.
Edgy Emmy.
Should I? I'll be edgy Emmy. Yeah.
Please.
Wait, did I already do space?
Yeah.
How do I...
L2.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is... edgy Emmy edgy. Okay. And then you can be player 1. Of butts? Oh. But sure.
But sure.
There we go. What a good team.
Ready. Oh, wait, no! No! Okay.
Okay.
Choose your characters.
Conrad.
Bliss.
Okay. Brad.
I'll be Alex.
I don't want to be Julia.
You don't want to be Julia?
Okay.
Are you sure? I can be Julia instead.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I actually don't want to be Julia. How do you...
Oh my god.
Why am
hold
I
on.
everyone?
No, don't add player. Oh my god. This is fine. We know what we're doing. Here, I'll be Julia, and you were gonna be Conrad,
Yeah.
and I was gonna be Bliss? No, what?
What is happening?
I don't know. And then you were gonna be these two, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready. Okay, ready. I don't know if you're actually the one who gets to start. You get to hold the controller now.
This is fine. Don't want you to drop it, right?
I will drop
It's
it.
fine.
It's not. It's terrible. Hi, Dougie.
Dougie!
Oh, it's my turn. JK.
But sure.
It's Butcher's turn. How are you doing, Dougie? I love you. Listen, I love you.
Oh, here. You gotta hear.
Wait, I know what this part is. It's essentially the tutorial, which you like to play.
I probably should. Yeah.
Sorry, we're passing back and forth the headphones because I couldn't figure out how to connect multiple headphones without it making one take control of everything, so this is fine. I'm doing good. Glad you're doing good.
I'm so stoned to be
I
here.
am so Game's a little loud. I can turn it down. This is fine. The actual game is much louder than the title screen was. Thank you, Spaghetti.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay. Rip it and rip it.
You nerd.
Okay, who am I? Who am I?
I don't know, but that's
Alrighty,
the
Buster.
actor who
We
played
better
Jason
mosey on back to the
That's
ship.
true.
in House of Ashes.
That's true.
Whoa.
We
Stop
love him.
the presses.
We love Jason.
Looks
Them
like
one.
old Charlie
Oh,
Charming
wait, no,
got
but-
a little business to
but David
attend
said
to.
it.
Yeah, but there's no emotes
shit.
there.
Can I fight?
Or Shane.
Hey. Give me a quarter.
And then isn't
Give me a quarter.
Why?
Quarter.
Gonna find out my future.
Isn't the guy on the right in Little Hope?
Let's have it. What's in store for me, Pop?
David
你
does
对
have an
这些
advantage, you're right.
牌有疑问吗？
Okay. Yeah. Wait, why isn't it not working?
You have to like hold it in the direction with this one.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry.
guess I just want to know about my son. Will he,
Tell me about my son!
is he gonna grow up all right? Things gonna work out for
Does
him?
he like me? Am I a bad dad?
You got snake and bamboo. JK, that's a dragon.
Does this change anything?
看这张牌，告诉我，你看到了什么？
Bamboo. RD to pick up object. Right stick to examine. Got Cole Phelps that shit.
It
I've had practice.
looks like a fish.
Salmon.
你的财富可能来自任何方向，
Okay, got it.
但是当这样的风吹来， 死亡和厄运肯定会
That's
随之而
doom.
来。
Fish.
Death.
This is why there's no fishing.
Death?
Wait, what?
Yes.
What does that mean? Hey, what does that mean? What the hell, man?
My son.
Hey, bud, let me get a go at it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I need to
Think
practice.
you got the stuff?
你能比你的朋友打得更好吗，勇士？
No
Fine,
fishing.
sure. Let me another quarter.
Gonna start a tab.
Give me another quarter.
I'll give it a whirl.
Quarter.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Good job.
Yeah. I'm good at punching.
Good job.
I think we need to practice.
This is just a show off.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah! Ah!
Good job.
我以为你说你可以搏斗。
She told you.
Listen. I want to see you try this.
Okay. Let's go. Good job, Emmy.
Ah! Ah! Hey, you didn't see that. Don't laugh at me.
谢谢你来玩。Have a nice day.
How many quarters do you need?
Hey, Chuck, we better get back to the ship. We don't want to get stranded.
Come on, man. Just let me ask another question.
We really need to get
At
back.
least my friend didn't yet.
True. I think it's still you.
It's still me?
It'll tell us when it switches.
Okay.
Also, hi, cops. No, JK, that was an ambulance.
Two! Cargo hold two!
Sergeant, you're looking a little rough. I trust Box.
It has some friendly bones on it.
You like bones here?
We do.
Flame drone?
Flame
Hi,
Drone
Flame.
626 is raiding with a party of 2. Kaysh and the gang
Okay,
welcome
what was
you.
talking for. But welcome in. Thank you for the raid, friend. How is it going? How are you doing?
Hey, man. Hey, where's my 50 cents?
50
Thank you,
cents.
Allie, for getting that shout out out there.
50 cents.
Come on, man.
Yeah, welcome in, Flame and friends. How are y'all doing?
Oh no. Oh no!
This is fine.
Why are we fighting?
Because that's what we do. Oh, nice. Glad you're doing well. I'm glad your stream was fun. We're playing some Medan today. I've got MayorEmi here with me.
Hello.
Because we're doing a co-op stream and it's gonna be great and fantastic. Yeah. As per usual, it is a horror game. If you need content warnings or anything like that, we do offer those with !CW. We usually have a list or a link to the content warnings. Yeah. I don't know if I got anything else to say. Flame, if you've been streaming for a while, if you need to take a break or anything, feel free to get up and do that. We will be here for a good long while. We just started.
Like film a tutorial. Well, I am.
You gotta know how to hit all the buttons.
Doing better than I expected.
I'm surprised. But yeah, like I said, thank you for the raid, friend. We appreciate it.
Those bones are gassy.
Hey, even skeletons got a toot.
Oh, let out those toots.
Toot toot.
Whoa. The traveling toots.
The worst kind.
What? All over 50 cents?
All over.
I would have taken the quarters. quarters if I had known. The quarters.
The quarters.
You can have them.
No, they're yours now.
I'm Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Holy. Oh, I'm bulky. It's hard to turn.
Got those broad shoulders. It makes him a little less aerodynamic.
How does this work? Is that my son? My son! Am I too loud?
No, you're fine.
Okay. 2 pops. Come back soon! my boy!
I wouldn't get attached.
My boy!
They're my family. It's for my son.
Okay. What's in here?
What the hell?
Oh no!
Are those quarters or is that blood?
Yeah, I need the 50 cents. No, take the money. Hello? Oh. I need to cut my nail.
At least they're clean.
That's true.
I don't need to cut them if they're clean.
Well, I'm gonna ignore the dead man. I'm gonna hide in the corner. Excuse me, sir. Can I look at anything else? Yeah, this is fine. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Check out my... Wow.
Look at those titties.
Wow. Okay. That happened.
Honey, please.
Hello, sir. Okay.
His face looks a little rough.
I'm just staring at him.
Sometimes you just gotta stare at a body.
I feel like there's more to investigate, but...
I mean, no buttons are showing up. That's the button for your son.
My boy.
The button.
Let me out.
Let me out!
Oh, okay, I needed to do that.
Let me out!
I'm scared. I already screamed.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
I like how I can just look at everyone. I see you. What's over here? No. Okay. How do I run?
R1? This one?
Ah!
JK, not that one. Maybe you can't run just yet.
Okay.
I don't know why I am misreading everything right now.
Do you read it as autistic?
I definitely read it as autistic. I also read poor Joe looks so hot.
And gunfire.
Too. And there was
This is very Uncanny Valley. They
Something's wrong.
the motion capture for these games is wild.
Why do you push me?
Backstab.
Yeah, it would be really hot in the ship. All that metal.
It'd be so warm.
Joe has no memory of this place. Huh?
This.
Do we want to do the reading?
Yeah.
Okay. Brig 10 days. Okay. Should I read it?
Yeah. Yeah.
In that Private Charles Anderson, on leave from duty, did display intoxication in a manner not becoming of a member of the U.S. Army.
Oh.
Private Anderson was engaging with another soldier in a drunken argument. It is the opinion of the arresting officer that this would lead to a public brawl, and the steps were taken to ensure that both men were returned to their ship.
Chuck. Charlie.
Wow.
No. What a guy.
Okay. Brig Week 27, Monday, Arthur Miller. Private Petty Theft 1 day brig. Small items belonging to senior officer found in Miller's locker. Items recovered and returned to owner. Wednesday, David Davis, Private...
Oh, you said David.
David trespassed to 2 days brig. Found off limits in cargo hold 3A with no reason to be there. Flagrant disregard for order. Friday, Lewis Brand public intoxication. One day Brigg found drunk and acting inappropriately. Blah, 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 blah. We read that. Robert Reed public intoxication. Reed. One day Brigg found drunk and acting inappropriately. Okay. Is there a back? Saturday,
Chuck?
Charles Anderson, Chuck, public intoxication, brawling 10 days, found drunk and acting da 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 da. Joseph Roberts. Wow, everyone's getting drunk. The party.
Goodness gracious.
Assigned sick bay for medical treatment prior to internment. What?
Someone went a little wacky.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's blood.
It's just jam.
Oh.
Someone just smashed a jar of jam on the wall.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be this red if it were blood. It would be like black.
It also wouldn't be that watery. It's very thin.
True. That's true. Am I supposed to go out there? Wait, what's in there?
What it be?
Hello?
Just jiggle the handle a little bit. Looked like there was something on the desk.
Didn't I check that out? Excuse me. Pardon me, desk. Hello? Oh, just that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Get me out of here.
My bad.
Get me out of here. It'll get better. Promise.
Wait, I'm sorry, David. Are you implying that the blood is watery because they've been drinking a lot?
David. I don't know how that works. Oh, that's just the brig.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
You need to go this way?
You need to go towards your friend.
Okay. Excuse me.
What's his name? Joe? Joey?
I'm Joe.
I thought you were Chuck.
No, I'm Joe. He must be Chuck.
Who are you?
That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
I think you only do it when the
Okay.
when the thing shows up. So, the immediate need to hit the buttons.
If I don't, like, react, I'm not gonna get it right. I'm gonna miss it.
Oh, I'm dying.
Okay.
His face, though.
No!
You're gonna get shot. You were gonna die.
No, I'm not. Ignore me.
Good job. Me telling you were gonna die is just to make sure that you succeeded.
I have so much adrenaline right now.
Your eyes are so wide, like your pupil.
Yeah, I have adrenaline. This is the tutorial?
Yes, this is the tutorial. It's just gonna get worse from here.
Ah!
What was that?
Jesus. I'm sorry if I'm too loud.
You're not. You haven't even peeked on the microphone yet.
Okay. What's over here? I don't want to be alone.
Num requests to hydrate. I've been drinking water this whole time, but I'll do a drink.
Thank you, Num. I'll have some soda.
That's not water.
I'll get my water.
Excuse you.
What if something jumps out at me? I'm vulnerable.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
No. Okay.
Everything is fine.
Oh.
You're so sweaty. Look at Joe. He's just covered in sweat.
Hey, Charlie, help!
I mean, it's hot down there. It's gonna be me soon if I keep having these jump scares.
Fuck no. Yeah, you said it. Foobar and then some.
That's a foo bar if I ever did see one.
does just make me want to play House of Ashes again.
We should.
Yeah.
Get some war nerds up in here.
Well, I can't say I loved the war nerds. I loved some of the war nerds. I do want to play Little Hope again, too.
Another stiff? Who's the lucky winner?
Just a little? Just a little foobar.
Damn it, Buckley. Last time I saw him in the mess hall, he was fit as a fiddle.
Not Buckley.
There's something over here. Just want to find all the secrets.
Never. Not allowed.
Excuse me.
Oh. Jump scare.
I'm gonna slice my ankles.
Get a little pet cemetery up in here.
Yeah, I'm always expecting it. I thought it was a little kid because he was like down low. I thought it was a little kid coming to slice my ankle.
So,
I'm sorry, did you just get
is it just
jump
me?
scared by the
Or do you think I'm having
tutorial?
a strange feeling right now.
Yeah, what do you think this is? I've been jump scared this whole time.
You look like a mess on wheels, Chuck.
I ain't the only one.
You're in good company.
It's fine.
Oh my god.
Ah!
Hey, Chuck. You see that kid over there?
Why? It's like every 5 seconds.
no.
I'm just gonna start screaming
feeling alright?
if there's nothing there.
You already have!
Oh, listen. I was there. Look at this. Wouldn't you be intimidated too?
No.
Hello, sirs.
Charlie, get over here.
Okay, Spaghetti. Yeah, see, Spaghetti was scared too. You're coming for your ankle. They all have the same fate.
Can't see it, but I'm making the face.
I saw it. It was very good. Okay, I have a gun on a ship. On a metal ship.
I'm sure it's fine.
This isn't a good idea.
That's just what their face looks like. That's just their face.
Oh no!
Oh, yes.
Okay. Whoa, where'd I go?
Away.
Can I do that? Like, can I just teleport out of here? I want to see my boy.
Fuck that shit, I'm out.
Come here.
Oh no, it's your buddy.
Hey,
Oh, God, no. Charlie!
Rip Charlie.
Chucky, no. Not Chucky.
I think we're both the man of Medan. If you combine me and Emmy together, you get a man from Medan.
Are we Man of Medan?
No, that's a dead kid.
That's a dead kid.
Gonna shoot him?
No.
Why not? Kid's gonna stab you!
Ah!
Look! Kid's gonna stab you! Kid fucking gutted you!
I thought he wasn't real.
Kid said fuck adults! This is his ship now.
He has a knife. No.
The men of Medan? Yes.
That's a dead Joe.
Rip Joe.
I told everyone I'm gonna kill everyone.
It's true. It is true.
Warned you.
It's gonna be Scarlet Hollow all over again.
Mayday! Mayday! Is anyone there? Hello? Can anyone out there hear me?
No, Chucky was a victim. Chuck died.
Come on!
Sir, can I borrow a uniform?
Why?
I want to be a sailor too.
What the hell is that?
Oh shit!
It's fine, I'm sure. That's why you forego the rocks and just use the ship.
Listen, I didn't kill the kid, and that's how I died. You gotta You gotta kill them. This is the lesson I'm learning.
Oh!
Oh,
Hey, you jumped bad.
you did that very bad. You,
That's my face when I see Lamia trying to eat something she shouldn't. Rip ship. Good opening.
yeah.
Sometimes you gotta scream it the Morse code thing. Grip ship and rip it. Crack that bad boy open.
Will we get to see Cakes or will he be wearing a coat? Oh, yeah.
He's gonna be wearing a coat now, but we will see Cakes because we definitely saw Cakes in this one the first time.
Yeah,
This is where the Cakes originated.
that's true. You just missed them. I like the hat.
Gotta get curator Cakes.
Ooh.
Good. Very nice pressed hands.
Yeah.
And that thick ass.
I mean, I can do it. I just gotta remember.
I'm not gonna yell in a series of bips and beeps. I don't know Morse code. What did Emmy say? Translate. Beep, boop, bop, beep, 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 beep.
I like the range.
Thanks. I tried.
It's a very long hallway.
Incredibly long hallway.
Birdie?
I've come to expect this one, Emily. It's okay. That's fine. I know how it really is. It's okay.
I don't mean it. It was for the bit.
You know what? I want
What?
the next of these games.
When is it?
Hello,
Who knows?
Hi!
and welcome
Oh, thanks.
to my repository.
I like
I'll show you my repository. Sorry, what?
Got him. He's so
I am the
good.
curator,
He's very good.
the curator of stories.
Corn is
Stories
great.
of love and hate, greed and beauty, life and death. Stories such as this.
PlayStation is taking off. Getting really excited
I'm
for
here to
Curator.
record the story you
Same,
choose
but
to
also.
tell. You see, this tale is only part written, and the choices you make will complete it, and determine whether the lives of those with whom you are
Supposedly sometime this year.
interfering continue to flourish, or whether they are
Mhm.
We
snuffed
need to
out.
play that.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna kill everyone.
We gotta play the
You
quarry,
see,
though.
we each make decisions according to our own
Yeah,
moral
it's the other
compass.
Supermassive game that comes out
And
on
we
June
have to
10th.
live with those decisions or die by them.
I'm down.
But you shouldn't fear death. It is, after all,
Buy it. Gotta get money and buy
inevitable.
it.
Well,
It is the tax one pays for having lived, and it comes
things
eventually
can be arranged.
to everybody.
Hey.
Still, none
No.
of us want for it to come too soon, do we?
Sorry, Curator. I'm talking over you.
Okay.
As
Oh,
in
then he got
life,
very
the
stern.
actions you take matter.
Keisha's
The
petting the
choices
screen.
you
Don't-
make will
don't at
affect
me.
others. I'll be keeping a
just the
close
one.
eye on your progress. It's not my place to interfere, but I might be persuaded to offer the occasional
No.
hint.
No.
Here's one for free.
No.
There are pictures in this
No.
world that can show you some
No.
possible futures. If you
Rude.
can find them and study them, they may just
So
help
You
you
can
to
see it
make
on your screen.
better decisions.
You like how it's
Or should I
highlighted? Because
say
it's my name?
decisions that result in the
So I have to
outcomes
look
you
at it?
That's why
would
it's
prefer.
funny.
Horrible.
That's all for the moment. We'll talk again soon enough. We'll
Oh,
have the
sorry.
opportunity to
Sorry, curator. I
account
wasn't paying
for all the
attention.
actions that you've taken.
It's okay. We'll see him again.
Also the mess you've made.
Don't look at my mess.
Looking. Perceiving.
Perceivance. Edgy Emmy.
I forgot that was you.
It's my turn.
Oh, no. Oh.
Okay. I already forgot who I am.
Everyone. They're about Conrad, Alex, Brad?
Okay, I'm innocent.
Duke of Milan. Look at these boys.
I'm also Alex.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have a moment with myself.
Broman?
A broman.
Hey,
Hey,
we
bro.
got enough?
What's up,
If we
bro?
run out, we can always call for backup. So, look.
We're so bro
Never been
right
down
now.
there before.
So bro.
Down. The water. Diving.
Well, I want
Maybe
to
you
go
could show me
diving.
how the pros do it.
It's fun.
Are you serious? Yeah.
I don't wanna
mean,
go
are
diving
you serious?
here.
You came out here without taking any lessons.
I'm like,
kind of.
Iowa.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's because there's nowhere to do that.
Wait. I'm insecure.
It's what? It's embarrassing taking them by yourself. It's embarrassing you came all the way out here expecting me to hold your hand.
Wow. You're a jerk.
Holy shit, he fucking told you.
Whoa, careful.
Fuck you.
That dive cam is like
I was
super
being
expensive.
vulnerable. It's okay to be vulnerable.
Julia and Conrad are, you know, how do I say it? Super fucking loaded. So don't sweat the little stuff, man. It's not cool. Don't make me regret letting you tag along.
Wow. Holy shit.
What an asshole.
Tag along? Seriously? I thought I was invited. Julia wanted you to come along. For real? Julia? Yeah, man. She
Yeah.
wanted you to come. And I wanted her to see how cool you are, which you're not. So be cool. Capiche?
No,
Wow.
not
All right, amigo.
capiche.
You're a
Calvary's
dick.
almost here. Ooh. Sorry I'm a little snappy. I'm just... We knew medical school would be stressful, you know? Total shocker. And man, the long distance
don't
thing,
forgive you.
Julia,
Right?
It's
These are
been
just
rough.
excuses. I don't care.
Yeah, I gotcha. It must be tough. No worries, man.
Be nice to yourself, Emmy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right on cue. What? Conrad doesn't think we have enough beer.
I'm trying, but
I guess
my
I keep
other
these
self's
in
making
an
it very
undisclosed
hard.
location. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't even want to look. Immediately look. Oh,
Hey, it went up.
it went up. Okay.
But yeah, no, Alex? Fucking
Hey.
dick.
For real.
Can I get your input on something? Yeah, what? Just,
I don't remember liking
Kind of a
many
big
of the
thing I'm trying to
characters in
make a
this one,
decision about.
honestly.
About finishing med school? No, but it's just kind of a big life choice, you know? I don't know what's the right thing to do.
What do you mean?
Go with your gut. If it's right, you'll know.
Aaron.
Hey!
Hi, Julia. Hi, other me.
I do love Conrad.
Don't look.
Sorry.
Looking.
Connie, this is Alex.
Hey.
What's up, man? Conrad.
Bro moment.
Watch it, sis. Lady killer, right here.
Good to finally meet you, Conrad. This is Brad, by the way, my little bro. Hey.
Hi.
Bradley! I feel like I already know you. I've heard so much
No
about
way.
you.
Yeah,
I'm
likewise.
shy.
Miss me?
Hey, man. Want to crack a cold one with me?
Every second.
Crack open a cold one with the boys!
Trying. I'm expecting a quick time. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Tight. I love beer.
Dan's like I do.
Beer.
Sorry, bud. That excuse does not hold water.
Yeah.
Right on, Radical. I like the cut of your ship.
Not a QTE for cracking open a cold one.
I was so prepared.
Yeah, you were. I do want Conrad.
I had the controller right next to my eyes.
You were ready.
What did he ask me?
I don't know.
Yeah. Totally. All the time.
I'm asking so hard right now.
I was worried they're gonna stick me with a noob.
Nope. Not noob. I can practically breathe underwater.
These people aren't safe.
So you dive a lot?
A couple, 3 times, you know, here and there, family trips.
They will judge me.
Why? Okay.
They're judging me for breathing.
Where's the old crust bucket skipper?
Julia, whatever her name is, her hair kept changing colors.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It was dark earlier and then it was blonde. And now she's back to having dark hair. It might have been lighting.
I'd invite you to make yourselves at home, but
it was lighting.
Hi, Bliss.
Bliss is pretty cool.
So is everybody on board and ready to go?
Bliss and Conrad. Coolest characters.
Okay. I have one cool character.
You're selling, I'm buying.
Okay. My turn again?
It's your turn, MayorEmi. Get to it.
Aww.
Poor buddy.
That's it. Get it all out.
Yeah.
You want to go lie down?
Yeah. You know, maybe I should.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
See those hot pics. What about over here?
That's pretty far out of the way.
I'm just thinking about backup targets in case we don't find anything on the dive cam.
Listen, to be honest, I've never heard of this wreck you're looking for. Usually these things are crawling with divers.
Yeah. This one's different.
I'm just saying, if it gets too late, I know some nice places where you can just take, you know, a nice dive.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Brad did his homework. If he says the wreck's here, it's here.
Okay, look, you're the client. I'm just saying we don't have unlimited daylight.
I'm gonna go help Conrad and Julia with the camera.
I mean...
What you got?
You mean?
She
Feast
probably
your
knows
eyes
what
on
she's
this.
talking about.
Brad's calculations
Act like
were
I knew
right
everything.
on the money.
Always bet on Brad.
That's what Alex does.
We should thank him.
Bliss,
Pretends he
we
knows
found the plane.
everything.
Yeah?
That looks like World War II. We are ready to dive.
Technically, we should call this in to port authorities as an unreported wreck.
Well, technically.
Are you sure you don't want to do this the right way?
That look.
Wait, are you saying we shouldn't dive?
The right way. Come on, what is this, kindergarten?
I had to bring it up.
If we just go down and take a look, who's gonna know?
Fine. As long as you're quick.
Wait,
And don't touch anything.
I didn't have the option to... Yeah, I didn't really
just
have
can't
the
wait
option
to be the
go
first
with
one
what
down
she's
there.
saying.
Nope,
Can you
you
imagine?
just gotta do it.
Untouched?
Of course Alex is confused. What did her butt
We
just
should be
do?
ready to get you guys in the water
I
in a
missed
few.
it.
I'll
It
set
went
up the
very
tanks.
pointy for
The
a
boys will do
second.
the final checks.
It was horrible.
Take a look at the camera.
Hi,
See if you
Freya.
can find anything useful.
Hi, Freya.
Righto.
Hey, maybe you should check on your bro.
Yeah.
That said bro, not bra. I cannot read today.
You just
Hey,
look it out
hey.
for me.
Hey, sweetie.
Alex, sweetie, you should go check on your bra.
That opening might be a way in.
Things
That
do
underwire just digging in.
the worst.
Excuse me. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Almost got the gear
Not
good to
allowed.
go.
Need an extra hand? Never used a rebreather before.
I think we're in good shape.
Cool.
It's probably not a bad idea for you to have a clue how these things work. Gotta say, not too happy with our captain at the moment.
Yeah, I know. Let's just play cool for now.
Cool? Why?
There's no point in antagonizing her.
Yeah.
If she tries to keep me from doing this dive one more time, That's it. Gloves off.
What's
That's
your
fair.
problem?
Just don't force her hand.
All right. I'm gonna get
Julia
these rebreathers
is
set up,
the
and then we'll go
worst.
through the final steps together.
Cool. Just holler
Why
at
are
us when
you
you're ready.
fighting the person that's like controlling the boat? Confused.
Because she's a white lady and thinks she thinks she knows the best.
Let me talk to your manager.
Honestly.
There's a little
Julia
gap in the
is
tail.
the
Take a look.
worst.
Oh, thanks, Conrad.
The definition of a Karen.
Okay.
Keep
Okay.
swiping.
Okay. There it is. There it is.
Yep, that's a plane.
Yep. Nice. Am I supposed to see any?
I think you've cycled back through.
Okay. Thanks for showing me that. Oh, hey.
He just said
Payback.
fuck off and walked away.
No one likes me. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
You know, we have rules out here for a reason. You guys gotta respect that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about before.
Why does he
Everybody's
keep
just
looking at
a
people
little-
like that?
We've been planning this whole thing for a while now.
This
I
is how I'm
get
gonna
it.
talk to you from now
Please
on.
There are
don't.
rules.
Chin
and
down,
laws and
looking at you from
customs.
over my glasses.
These rules are all
What are you
pretty
doing back
basic
there?
Stuff. How much experience do you have with these kind of dives?
No.
Dived a couple wrecks over the years. Not an expert, but, you know, experience.
If this is your first unreported wreck, then you should know there's a very specific protocol you have to follow. For all you know, this
This is how
could
I'm
be
gonna do
a
my
war
streams
grave.
now.
Disturbing it would be illegal
Please
and
don't.
immoral.
Who's gonna know? They'll never know.
You know what?
They'll
I can't
never
stop you.
know.
Just respect the rules down there.
This game is about
Don't do anything
making-
stupid
making
that'll get
bad
my ass
choices.
in trouble.
It's by the people that did Until Dawn. So a bunch of people are going out to find a wreck and dive it, but then bad things happen. And Emmy kills everybody.
Yeah. Let's see.
They spelled height wrong.
They did.
They spelled height wrong.
Whoops.
This doesn't look kosher.
Also, I like how it's hairs color. Like plural. Plural
Yeah,
hairs.
that's true. Maybe it's on purpose, right? You said it doesn't look kosher.
Do you think she's forged it?
I think so.
You think it's a fake?
I think it's a fake.
What are you gonna do about it?
What am I looking at here?
I can't really do anything. Ah! Shit! I was just looking at a nice picture.
It's like the totems.
Wait,
It was Alex. Brad.
Heidi?
Little brother, yeah.
At the toilet?
What's up?
Oh.
How you doing?
Hi.
Sorry, that
Bro
brewski
had
got the
come
better of me.
hither eyes. Brad, please.
Hey, all part of the adventure.
Sorry for putting a damper on things.
No worries, dude. Took more than that just to screw up the trip. Just get some rest. Come back when you're feeling better.
Yeah. Do what you gotta.
Feel better, buddy.
Is there anything in here?
I'm not sure Julia left anything on the
That's a
mainland.
reference to the next game. That's not. Dude.
This only smelled as good as it cost. At least it made her happy.
What? Oh,
This was a reference to the next one.
nice.
The book about witches, and the next one was Little Hope.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? I saw something out here. Is this the toilet?
It's locked.
Why is it locked?
It's locked.
I don't know why I tried it again.
Reasons.
That was cool. Nothing else? Okay. But I gotta go.
Just gotta stand on the edge of the boat and just pee out into the ocean. Go pee in the ocean. All the fish do.
That's true. What else do I do? Oh.
Sometimes you gotta go pee in the ocean.
What do I see?
What do your diver eyes see?
Water. What's this? Oh, that's just where it's been. A whole lot of nothing.
lot of water.
Okay, now what do I do?
That's a good question.
Did I miss something?
I think the icon there was for the diving equipment.
Okay.
Oh, JK, check this. You just.
Oh.
You know how to use that?
I'm sorry.
Not really.
You might want to just let it do its thing.
Okay.
Fuck your equipment.
Can I turn it back on?
No. It's off.
No! Please, I need some help.
Emmy said no.
I need some help.
You seem like a qualified diver.
Okay, so this is the rebreather.
She's gonna show me
way
a thing.
cooler than a regular scuba setup. It takes all that CO2 that you normally just exhale into the water, and instead it gets totally reused. Then it reduces decompression time on your way up. State of the art.
Rebreathers are awesome.
Okay, O2 check done.
Hi, Conrad. You disappeared there.
Well, Eager Beaver, you gotta check your O2
Wants to make
first.
sure you're not doing anything sketchy with his sister.
Thanks for setting me straight.
Okay, you little clownfishes. I'm gonna go see what Fliss is up to.
You behave, Connie.
Don't be weird.
Looking for a
I'll
first
stab you.
captain? Need look no
What's
further.
that? What's that?
Just
Camera
don't give
or
up,
a
do
pokey
you?
stick?
Are those two going in or what?
Look, I know the weight is interminable, but soon.
Camera or weapon, basically.
Always take the weapon.
I got the bang stick.
Yeah, I heard that about you.
Ha ha.
What?
You ever have to use one?
It's a
On a shark?
It's a penis joke.
Okay.
That's what he calls his penis. The bang stick. Ha 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 ha
You're
ha.
on camera. I'll take the wheels.
Let's get a before photo.
It's not funny. I don't like her.
This reminds me of Dr. Evil. Not Dr. Evil. Dr. Horrible.
Yeah.
The hammer is my penis. Maybe Julia has the camera. Or...
I think I took both.
You good?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
More or less.
Or maybe instead of taking a picture, you just use the bang stick.
Too bad Fliss is so tight.
Just tap the person you're trying to take a picture with. Fucking knock him out.
Hey, a souvenir
Please
would be
no.
cool.
It's not like one tiny little thing would hurt anybody.
Good
I won't know
picture.
if you won't.
Not like they can scan the wreck every night at sundown. Actually,
Bang camera?
That's gotta be it.
No.
Whoa. That is, like, way bigger than I thought.
Just disguise a flashbang as a camera.
it's pretty intact too. This is a fucking remarkable find.
Let's swim around a little and find a way in.
Your turn?
Hey! Here's the... Thanks.
But sure.
It's Butcher's turn.
Howdy, Captain. You fancy a pint with your second in command?
Sorry,
You
I'm being weird.
are not my second in command.
Third in command.
No.
Fresh and eager cabin
I'm
boy.
making it
Still
weird.
a no.
Your well-paying, dashingly handsome, seafaring client is requesting the pleasure of your company over a frosty amber liquid.
Why does he think saying it like that makes it less
Pass.
awful?
I have to stay focused on your friends down there.
Sorry,
Pretty nice
Conrad.
ride you got here. Where'd you get the cash?
That's none of your business.
You know it's not polite to ask a lady about her money.
Fair enough. I was just thinking about buying a boat myself, and I thought maybe you'd like to point me in the right direction.
This man is trying everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fuck off, Conrad.
Where is that option? I
You know
do
what?
love
I
his
better
shirt.
spend some time keeping the Duke of Milan shipshape.
Aye, aye.
I was thinking about making button-ups last night. I have a lot of like weird fabric at home.
Yes,
that
you should.
would make really good like short sleeve button-ups.
Yes.
We're just gonna get super in touch with our inner queer kid. It's fine.
Do it.
It is fake.
Aha.
Oh, Fliss! What do we got? What do we got?
Uh-oh.
I'm sure it's fine.
Uh-huh.
Dive site? Whole lot of ocean. See? It's all fine. I'm not worried. You're worried.
I'm very worried.
Can I talk? I'll wait to talk. Hi, and awkward Jess.
Yes. Hello. Welcome.
How is it going? How are you doing? Go in there. Not allowed to go in there.
How's it going?
Knocked out by cold frosty. Man, I feel like such a wimp.
Glad you're doing well.
Hey, it's your vacation. You're allowed to overdo it.
We're just playing
I
spooky
am
games.
officially
It's
starting
great.
a temperance club. Party of
I'm
one.
already killing people.
Lifetime. Hope the lovebirds are having the time of their lives down there.
That's what we expect.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know?
What do you know about this wreck?
Just rumors and theories. I got tired of the speculation and wanted to see if there was actually anything there.
What got you? No. How'd you figure it out?
So, how did you figure it out?
Everyone
ask
was
all the
just
probing
looking at where the plane was
questions.
headed. But I asked myself, where was the plane from? You know, where was that airbase? So I made some guesses based on that hypothetical return flight, and I
Gee.
guess I guessed good.
Smart boy.
You can actually use all those old World War II stories to help them find the sites?
Yeah. You know, when they started wreck diving, I realized I could be a pretty good resource. I knew a lot about where planes would go, shipping routes. You make a lot of connections.
Because Brad
Alex and
is a
Julia
nerd.
have done a lot of dives, but I gotta say, finding
like
this plane
nerds
takes the cake.
We do. It's true.
Gotta get back up top. Check you later.
Can I open this? I can.
Oh. Oh no.
Why do I keep these around?
Why do I keep this around?
Where picture? Which one was that?
It was
This
that one? Yeah. That one's new.
Who is that? I know who it is. I'm not gonna tell you though. Well, dang. GG.
That's a busy day. Okay.
There was a thing here. Bliss. Camera.
I'm not allowed to go into the bathroom. And Jess, so far, like, it seems pretty cool. I don't know how it compares to, like, the other games.
I've
already been jump scared a whole bunch, but that might just be me.
I think this is the weakest of the three, but it's still very good. I really liked it. Alright, so we've got Dear Miss Dubois. This letter is a formal notification that you are in default of your obligation to make regular payments on your personal loan. Loan holds a remainder of $24,783, with a sum of $3,481 payable by the 1st of August 2019. This amount has been overdue since that date, and you appear to have ignored multiple requests for payments or a discussion to reconsolidate your debt. Unless the outstanding amount, $3,481, is received by the 30th of August, excuse you, we will have no choice but to begin the foreclosure process against your collateral, namely the marine vessel, the Duke of Milan.
Oh, damn.
Please act accordingly. Yours sincerely, Charles Sarin, Senior Account Manager.
All the friends here.
So many friends.
So, he's not doing too good.
Nope.
And I understand why she didn't like Conrad asking about money.
Right? Right. If the fire department could just go away, that would be great.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Uh-oh.
What's that about?
I like how Fliss just, like, teleported over here.
He's very alert.
Easy.
That is not the Coast Guard. So we're not under arrest.
How should we handle this?
This feels off. Just be quiet and don't say anything stupid, okay?
I like how she still tells him to be quiet.
Right. The aesthetic in these games is very good. Oh, you idiots!
Guys, you gotta keep back. We've got divers in the water.
Actual monsters.
Hey, we got damage here. You see this? Look at our boat.
We can take care of this, man. It's not a problem.
Conrad, shut up.
What do you think? Like, $10 cover it?
Conrad, you idiot!
Oh, whoops, my bad. Let's make it 20. Well, shoot, you think it's more like 30? I can do 30. All right, you guys drive a hard bargain, but I'm with you. Here, let's just throw in the whole pot.
Conrad! Conrad! You've done it so bad!
I regret being Conrad.
I love Conrad. He's an absolute idiot. No, I don't think Conrad... Oh, yeah, no, I see the knot there. I was like, David. David. He's very much not being Conrad. Conbad is right. Oh, it's still my turn. Eee.
The turret.
Also,
We can get in through there.
that little buoy that they had out does signify that there are divers in the water. That's an intentional, like, don't drive here. We have people.
Yeah, that could be extremely bad if someone was coming back up.
Yup. Oh.
See?
Oh, careful.
Scary.
Could be dangerous.
I almost forgot that this is a game entirely based on
ladies first?
quick time events.
Oh no.
It's fine. No one died.
Can I just take a second to say, holy shit, Alex, we did it. I mean, can you believe it?
Oh.
Her titty hurts.
Not the titty.
It's Tibby time. Diving is so cool. I love it. I miss it.
I don't know if I would want to go diving through things. I feel like that would be like going through a cave times 100.
Julia, leave it.
It would be
You have to take your
really
gear off to
scary.
get in
See,
there.
I still like
Not worth
that.
That pipe's
Yeah,
pretty tight. What if you get stuck without your
yeah,
rebreather?
I've been diving. Move a little.
Don't be such a
Hi,
bad.
Arcade.
I'll be fine.
Emmy drew it.
Dad?
Thank you,
Seriously?
Arcade.
Am I dead? What's happening?
It's like
Little
swimming, but
extra.
underwater. I don't know how to describe it. I am a person that very much, like, does very well in water, and and feels at home in water.
This is my shocked face.
It's just right? It's just like it's like being in a bath but fully submerged, but being able to breathe, and it's really great. Also, my friends do good art. Emmy does good art. Arcade does good art. Good art.
Ah! Why am I screaming?
I don't know. Why are you screaming?
I don't have to do it.
Jess has asked for a hydrate.
Hydrate time. Thank you, Jess. Diving in a pool. I really want to try
You
it
did
out.
something stupid down here? That's it.
It's
One
fun.
chance, you get that.
I know what I'm doing.
I know what I'm doing, okay?
Yeah, the
a
tanks can be
lifeguard.
pretty heavy, but like once you're in the water for like a few minutes, it ends up being fine.
You get used to it?
Yeah. Searched Area 1, searched Area 2, searched Area 3. They're all clear.
They were on their way to help out a ship.
That's okay. Thanks for stopping in though, Jess. It was nice seeing ya.
Take care, Jess.
Have good time. Have time good.
Oh, it was shot.
Bullet holes. All down the fuselage.
From the inside?
Brad's gonna flip when he sees this.
That's true. You normally don't want to shoot on a plane.
Well, it's like all the metal was pointing towards the outside.
Yeah.
That would imply someone was shooting inside
Check
the
it out.
plane.
But you normally
They
like
reconfigured the bomb rack
avoid
to
that.
hold lifeboats.
Yeah.
Something
One
really
of the
bad
rescue
must
boats is missing. Think they were using it?
Let's see what else we can find.
Let's go. I like the underwater bits. They sound cool.
Good God.
It's just a corpse. What if I just sit here? For an age and an eternity.
You could. Also, you're in corpse water.
Yeah. Just your ordinary everyday corpse.
It's a
Hold on
skeleton.
something.
I mean, the entire ocean is corpse water, if you think about it.
That's true. How would those photos still be?
If they were printed on tin, they might still be around.
Wow. What the hell
It's
happened
soup!
here?
The ocean
Look at things.
is just a
They knew
giant
they were goners.
soup. If you think about it.
He's holding something.
Wait, I already looked at that. Ocean soup.
You
Good
hear
soup?
that?
Good
Let's
soup.
check it out.
But also don't drink ocean water.
I'm gonna drink it.
Okay? Oh no.
Don't drop it.
Why would you drop it?
People are gonna know that you were here now. Fish pea soup.
Ah!
Excuse you.
I can't even hear it. I'm still scared.
Life gives you lemons.
It's just an eel. He just wanted to say hi.
Pilot and co-pilot. Gotta be. Plane crash not high on my list of ways to perish.
Oh. Not good.
We gotta get out of here now.
Wow. You really messed things up. Ah!
It's fine.
Oh God, Alex.
Listen. Sharks aren't even that big of an issue.
It's a gray reef shark. Not interested in us. Let's go.
Okay.
Most sharks aren't interested in divers.
Oh, okay.
Thought this was the right
Did
time,
get very
but
close to the
then-
fingies.
didn't know if it was
They
the right
normally
time.
wouldn't.
But I guess no time. Right time?
I don't.
Yes.
It's a pet peeve of mine when it comes to ocean things.
I know you can't tell because we're underwater, but I'm on my knees right now.
Uh-huh.
Julia, will you marry me?
This is a bad time for this.
We just saw dead people.
Oh, crap.
Alex, I'm sorry. I mean, we almost just died.
Julia, I'm serious.
I'll be nice.
Alex, wow. What a goddamn story.
How's it end?
Yes, I'll marry the shit out of you.
I'll marry the shit out of you.
That... Please don't. It's gonna be horrible for everyone attending the wedding.
Hero. You want to get on with our escape from the,
I don't think I've ever...
Married them?
Yeah, slash I don't remember...
Yeah, you got the achievement.
I also don't remember it happening, like, here? It's been a while since I played this, but, like... That's okay, Dougie, do your lurk thing!
Julia,
we got
you gotta
married.
decompress here.
Oh wait, no, we're just engaged. Holy shit!
Damn! What the
fuck?
We have to decompress.
Do we just stay down here?
Yeah, I think we're gonna take our time.
My brother's up there.
Julia, this is crazy.
Wait, no!
You just gotta wait a few seconds.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh my god, this is taking too long. This is torture.
Just a few more seconds.
I don't want them to get sick.
Go.
Yeah, that's true. I completely forgot about that.
Like, I don't think that's, like, enough for them to get, like, the bends or something, but, like, their poor lungs and their muscles would, like, flip out about it. What do you mean it's cool? Was it the grill?
Oh, nothing. Your brother just took it upon himself to blow up my grill.
Conrad, what is wrong with you?
Why are you paying the ocean?
So, why are you paying the ocean?
A group of fishermen came by and damaged their boat. They got caught on the dive line.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah. So then Ambassador Conrad figured the best move is to show him he'd rather throw away his money than give it to them.
You're an asshole.
Whatever. Who cares, right? What I want to know is...
I think those fishermen care.
Well, we found the plane, and it is huge. Full of cool stuff.
There's
oh my
cool
god, you
stuff
guys!
and
Can you all just shut up for like 1 second?
Holy shit! Dude, bro, congrats! Nice
Dude, bro! Dude, bro!
Wow.
Dude, bro.
Conrad.
Hi, sir.
How did we do, curator?
Well, no one's died yet.
Congratulations.
You're getting to know these intrepid adventurers then. Alex and his little brother Brad, trying to swim with the big fish. Both seem
Dude, bro,
out
curator.
of their depth.
Dude, bro. Dude, bro, curator.
And Julia, the love of Alex's life, and he the love of hers. What about Conrad? A bold fellow, you might say. Or maybe you'd say arrogant. And then there's Captain Fliss, strong, forthright, stubborn. She appears somewhat immune to Conrad's charms, so far at least.
What?
Let me reassure you, you help them to make some decisions they'll value later on. You're doing well.
Oh, thanks.
Perfect. I don't think I've saved everyone before. I'm pretty sure at least 2 people have died every time I've done this. Hi, stars!
Aww.
It is. How are you doing, friend? How's it going?
Hello.
We got Emmy. It's great.
We're doing it good.
So, we're like 10 seconds out of the jaws of certain death.
Well, certain, I mean, that's relative.
And this meatball...
Meatball?
This meatball pulls a ring out of God knows where.
Yeah, where did you hide the ring?
A lady never tells.
Well, needless to say, this lady...
Where did you keep that ring?
Well played there,
It was in his
Mano.
butt. He was holding it
Conrad
between
gonna
them
get us
cheeks.
some more beers after he helped
Clenched the whole
Maybe he
time.
decided, hey, I'll drink some. And then he got drunk. And since he was drunk, he forgot to bring it to us. And he just kept on drinking, and he drank all of it.
Sounds
Not
like you've
the
had some
butt
experience
ring.
with this kind of phenomenon.
Yeah, I've been studying it for years.
I'll go look
Yeah,
for
we're
him.
enjoying the game. We're having a good
Oh,
time.
we
I
found
hope
a
you're
bullet
doing
lodged in the
well.
plane. I left it below deck if you want to check it out.
Not
So,
the butt ring.
how does it feel to soon be known as the Mrs. Julia Smith?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of building a career with my own name. I was kind of thinking I'd just stick with that.
Well, sure. You could always have a professional name, like a stage name, and then your real name.
What? Or just have her
You're not
name.
having second thoughts, are you?
Bruh.
No, of course not. A lot of women keep their own name now. And don't forget, it's the bride's family that usually foots the bill, so I've just been thinking about the best way to pitch it to my dad.
Great.
What?
Right?
If your dad pulls out
I think
all
this
the
is why I
at the
never
wedding
let
of
them
the
marry
century,
each other.
People are gonna think I married you for your money.
Because
No, I was
Alex
hoping
is
they'd
the
think you
worst.
married me for my
He's a
hot
bit
bod.
toxic.
Julia.
I mean, just look at how he treats Brad.
Right?
Hey, money thing's not a big deal.
Right when people call your chosen
Sorry,
name.
that's
Oh,
on
like
my
a
mind.
stage name.
The
Nah.
second you said yes,
Nah.
I could see our whole future rolling out ahead of us.
I love you, Alex.
Look, if we're doing bad decisions, let's just keep doing bad decisions.
Where did everyone go? There was much celebration to be had.
I'll go find them. You just relax.
They're getting married.
Hey, you seen my brother? Or Fliss?
No, I got distracted.
Let's go
You
get
better
him.
not
Sure.
be boinking.
So,
Who's boinking?
No one.
which one is,
Oh,
you know,
They came out of different
where the magic
rooms.
happens?
good.
So it's fine.
On behalf of my family, I'd like to apologize for my brother acting like a horny fifth grader.
It's okay.
He should
I can
apologize.
deal with children.
Conrad,
not okay.
beers, where are they?
He's an adult
Oh,
man.
yeah, the beers. I was just getting them now.
My goodness. Little kick, though. Let's go!
All right, now that everybody's here, let's take a look at the navigator's pad we found. Maybe we can figure out why the plane was out here.
Where'd you put it?
It's in your case.
Okay, I'll go get it.
Hey,
I don't want to go get it, though. I don't want to go get it.
post-proposal. We're leaving, honestly. Been carrying that
Why
around
are we
for a
looking at this?
Reasons. Oh.
I wanted it to be memorable.
Cute.
Just not that memorable.
I have to hand it to you. Mopping the question on the bottom of the ocean like that is pretty romantic.
Air Rescue Service.
Never thought you
Who
were
were
the
they
settler type.
rescued?
Proud of you, bro. I couldn't have done it without such a good bro.
Who
bro,
was
bro.
rescued?
The boat with the Tootie skeletons,
So many
maybe?
One, I'm not that sad.
It's too Tootie!
I was talking about med school.
So tooty.
Over the top, bro.
Too many parts.
So stinky.
Save us!
We're going again tomorrow?
So stinky.
We all had cabbage.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Too
Horrible.
dangerous for my blood.
That's my canon.
Don't sweat it. I'll go down with you and we'll be fine. I'm gonna go find Julia.
No, 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 you can't find me. No.
Hey.
No,
let's
I'm
talk to
looking.
barbecuing. Got the pad yet?
Sorry, I...
Go away.
No worries. Let's go get it.
I was looking at things.
Got it. Let's go up.
No, I want to look.
Come here, you vixen.
Okay, listen, do you want me to go or do you want me to stay?
Hey, Tiger. We should get back.
What is happening?
Right here.
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Not bean cabbage soup. Oh,
bean, cabbage, and corpse soup.
I was shrimping a
You'll get
little.
no resistance
No gamer
there.
posture here.
All right, everyone.
And a stretch.
Check it
Thank
out.
you, spaghetti.
Thank you.
Manchurian gold. Who wants to find some sunken treasure? So what do you think, Captain?
I totally
Manchurian
just like
Those
bumped
are
you.
coordinates, all right. Maybe the plane's destination?
You think we could get there by
That's
tomorrow?
what the man sounds like
It'll
later.
take a couple hours if the weather stays
So
steady.
you should have bonked me.
Did you find anything else?
There was a flight plan on board that seemed to indicate it was a rescue plane.
Yeah,
Look, you
that makes
gave
sense.
me what I
After the war, they turned long-range bombers into rescue planes.
And then this plane must have been shot down because it was riddled with bullet holes. I found one lodged in the fuselage.
I can't hear
and it was
anything,
full
and
of
then
aircraft
you
and
just...
have gotten shot
Oh,
down.
well,
Ready
he
to
hasn't
deliver all the
said it
rafts.
yet.
There was only one missing.
He said
All
Manchurian
of
gold,
you.
but he said it like a
Excuse
normal
me?
human.
I told you to leave everything down
But
there
there's a
alone.
fisherman who
Oh,
shows
come
up
on,
later
we've
and
been
goes,
through this already.
I'm not talking about the law.
No, hey, they were respectful.
Can I think about that a
No,
lot?
you did whatever you wanted. Whatever you took, it was too
Oh,
much.
You're
Fliss
up
is
late
yelling.
at night.
You're
Wait, what's wrong? I'm sorry.
Nobody knows.
Oh,
Oh,
They'll
come
never
on.
know.
No one knows
Nobody's
we've
gonna
even been
know.
down there, and I don't think ghosts can talk.
You Americans are all the same, huh? No respect for anyone else's traditions.
That's true.
You tell him,
You should have
Fliss.
never gone down to that plane in the first place. It's bad luck. You think you can scavenge
angered
down
the
there and
ocean
it makes
somebody
no
went
difference, but
pee-pee in the
every
ocean,
single
didn't they?
thing you bring back has an
I'm
essence.
sorry.
It's like a
I
ghost
had
you
to
invite to
go.
the circle.
There we go.
It was important.
I never thought about it like that.
You never think about much of anything.
Well, maybe I never heard about such cool ghost stories.
They're not cool ghost stories. Not like for fun. People drown in these waters and you have to respect their resting place.
Damn straight. Brad,
Alex!
you got a fun ghost story, right?
Yeah, I heard a story. Happened right around here, too.
Let's hear it. We could all use a good show.
Say nothing. They'll never know.
Scare away, little bro.
Okay,
Who's gonna
here
know?
goes. This
They'll
story
never
is true.
know.
It had
It's not
happened
like we have
right near
pictures or
here,
anything.
in an old lighthouse.
Classic setup.
It's not like we
Wait,
left our equipment
True
down.
story? Where'd you hear this?
Ah, well, down by the dockside, I found an ancient old man, skin like a leather book, eye patch, wooden leg, the whole 9 yards. And for $1, he told me his secrets.
Seems legit.
The lighthouse stood atop an atoll, isolated from the rest of the world, a lone beacon in the night, a sailor's respite. The lighthouse keeper would hear the waves pounding the rocky shore. One misty morning, he comes upon a woman
Sorry.
covered in blood. She's
I'm an
stumbling down
adult.
the beach. He hurries to her aid and she falls into his arms,
That's how
sobbing.
I feel whenever
As he
we
hurries
play
her
the
back to the
words game.
lighthouse, he asks where she's from.
He doesn't waste any time.
Y'all are
Smooth.
ridiculous.
Look, it puts those words.
Key of the one-track
Not
mind.
fault.
The woman answers, I live here.
I think
in
I
the
saw
lighthouse.
3 different
My
people
parents
type
are
out
upstairs right now.
moans
Twist.
last
Of course,
night.
the
Yeah.
lighthouse keeper says,
It
that
was
isn't
on
so.
there.
Of course, he's lived there alone for years. And the woman becomes hysterical and insists her parents are upstairs. So, they go to the top of the lighthouse, and there, splayed out on the floor, is a man and a woman brutally murdered with an axe.
Always an axe. I mean, do people even use axes anymore?
Yes.
I'm just reporting the facts, cliches and
What do
all.
you mean, Alex?
Chopped up into little tiny giblets.
Maybe
with
we
an
should
axe.
have an act.
Giblets.
You know, sometimes you have to embellish the facts a little to get at the deeper truth.
Honestly,
It's okay.
though.
Okay.
Axes are
so
cathartic. We like axes
it?
here.
So, the woman, she's still hysterical, says her husband did it. And he's still here. In the closet.
Huh. The husband, eh? So is this a warning to all future brides?
Hey, no backseas. You're locked in.
So the
Whoa.
lighthouse keeper creeps into the closet.
Julia, you gotta go.
Red
And
flag, red flag.
Sure enough, there's a man inside. But he's cut his own throat. Horrified.
With
He
with
looks
the
closer
axe?
to see the dead man's face in the dark.
Kind of impressive.
Closer. Closer. And he sees it's his own face. And then its eyes bulge out and screams.
Jesus! How did you do that with your face?
Hey-o,
Magic.
Super twist.
Nice.
That's lame. It's not scary. Don't quit your day job.
Disappointed.
Oh, come on. That wasn't scary.
Heavy on the cheese there, corn dog.
Okay, you've all had your fun. We should all turn in. There's some weather heading our way.
No. Because according to standard vessel regulation, we're all required one more beer before hitting the hay.
What regulations are these?
It's standard issue regulatory institutional protocol subdivision 1099.
Uh-huh. Where'd you read that?
The internet.
Oh, so you found a website that tells you to drink beer under every circumstance.
I'm just following orders, ma'am.
I'm into this website.
10-4, good buddy.
And I'm out.
What a bunch of goons.
Mm-hmm. My turn?
MayorEmi, it's you.
MayorEmi is up.
I'm gonna run use the restroom though.
Okay. Should I wait?
No, keep going.
Okay. I'm alone. I'm alone and I'm scared. No. Thank you. Oh no. Not a hooded figure. Is that a mask or is that their face? Also, how can you sleep without the covers on? Ah! No! Oh, shit, quick time. Ah! No! Jesus. Okay, this is fine. I think I did it good. He's got a knife. Also, his shirt says Sam. A knife! No! Also, why did they cover our mouth? No one can hear us scream out here. Oh, so we can't talk to each other. I get it. Oh, yeah, everyone could just lick it, right? That's good to know. Open a lever. Things got really scary. I did the quick time though.
You okay?
I think so.
Be careful. Whoops. Why is he bleeding?
Reasons. I wouldn't worry about it.
Hey! Hey! Damn it! Stop it!
Feel anyone?
No, not yet. I'm working on it.
Almost free.
Dang. So flexible.
Hey, so, good news, bad news.
Just look at your shoulders.
I don't see how this could get any worse.
The bad news is these are kind of maybe the fishermen I pissed off earlier.
Oh, god damn it, Conrad.
Great, just great. And the good news?
I recognize them.
How is that good news?
I thought you were gonna ask the good news first.
You're such an idiot, Jesus.
Hey.
Alex, what are they gonna do to us?
Don't worry. If they were gonna kill us, they would have done it already.
I'm not just worried about being killed.
Guys, we gotta get untied. Like now. It's no good. Come on.
They're gonna touch their butts.
That's fine.
They're not gonna tie each other. They're just gonna touch your butts. Oh no!
Fuck out.
I took it.
I'll be back for you later.
Too busy thinking about butt touching.
I was.
Nobody knows you're out here, little lady. You're all alone with us now. Let's make the most of it.
You can go fuck yourself, you piece of shit.
You're the little lady.
Don't call her little.
Conrad, she will kill you.
I'll kill me.
Yeah, you're right. You got this handle.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Stop punching me.
He's not gonna.
Ow.
He's not gonna stop.
Right in the ear.
Punch me in the fucking ear?
What do you fuckers want?
Getting the controller close to my face.
Slow down. Easy.
Please. Just stop, man.
We finish with it later.
You gotta have it right next to your face.
Yeah, or else I can't see.
Maximize your QTE responses.
Be on your best behavior, little man.
I deserve that. Okay.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay.
Oh, be fine.
Be fine. Okay.
Okay, in the entire time that it took him to say that, he could have untied her.
Use.
I don't even think Conrad's arms are tied. Like, it looked like it was around one wrist
Oh, Jesus,
and not the other.
I got hurt a lot.
Yeah, you did.
Wait, no! Alex!
Stop it! Let her go!
No!
You bastards! Dipstick. Shut the
A
fuck up.
dipstick. Shut the fuck up.
Dollars
Is
to
a
bonus, it'll be
heck
Fliss
of a
and Julie
lie.
break heads.
Uh-huh.
Not the other way around.
Fliss sure seems to be getting buddy-buddy with him.
Oh, Brad's not here.
Did you see my
Where's
brother?
Brad?
No, I didn't.
Rip Brad.
Alright. Turn around.
Also, he has a Salem, Massachusetts shirt on.
Yeah, I pointed that out while you were
Oh!
Don't let them see your hands.
More calls
Once
to
we get
Little
Julia
Hope.
back, maybe we could take them by surprise. Okay, they're coming.
Oh shit, I have to get ready. Fuck.
There was the curator back there.
I see him!
Fuckers. Still there, just hanging out.
Aw. You probably saw me get punched earlier.
Yeah, you did.
Are you okay?
Don't judge me!
Fine. They didn't touch me.
Judging. It's what he do.
Listen, curator, do you know how to use PlayStation controls?
He probably
What do they
does.
have? Alex, I'm
Like,
so
sorry.
sorry.
Try.
What is it?
He'd probably
took
hold
my
it
ring.
right next to his face. too.
Julia, it's okay.
He actually just sits
It's
on
okay.
it.
Oh no, plays with his cape.
Yeah.
Damn,
Got that good cake control.
I believe it. Wow. Okay.
Now we just have to wait and see what they want to do with us.
I was so ready to fight. Okay, we're not fighting.
Didn't even have to.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds. The storm's 8 miles away.
They came here on a boat. Maybe we can take it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a speedboat.
The main guy here. He's got a gun.
Well, at least one of us can get on their boat. Get some help.
If you can distract him, I can get on that boat. The dude with the gun won't even realize until I'm long gone. 7 seconds. I can get out through the window. We gotta
Gonna
break
say,
these
can I
off
make
first.
a suggestion?
Loud.
What?
They'll hear it.
Don't let
We're gonna
Conrad
break them
leave.
during the thunder.
Why?
Good call.
Reasons?
I'll go through the window and get the boat. You guys distract him.
Spaghetti!
Stay focused. and
Everyone's
get to
gonna
the boat.
die.
Okay, let's do it.
Everyone's
I
gonna
don't even
die.
know how to like keep him here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What? Why didn't he go?
Because you're supposed to wait till the thunder goes.
I did it after the 3. I wasn't listening. I was trying to figure out how to make people not die. Fuck.
I mean, you do
Fuck,
you.
Fuck.
You got this. You killed this last time.
Go fuck yourself.
Tommy, now!
A knife! Okay. Ah! Fuck!
You just need to be so Hella. Good job.
Drop it, Buster.
It's amateur hour.
Keish told me to do it.
Fliss,
I suggested.
let me handle it.
We'll wait until after the scene to tell you what's going on with that.
What are you doing,
Honestly,
you idiot?
just
Kill
whoops.
him. Don't make this worse.
It's
Think
so
about what
slippery,
you're doing,
especially when
boy.
it's raining.
He just had too much
Conrad,
momentum.
come on.
Just kept
We can
going.
beat these assholes. This kid's trying to kill me, Orson.
Hey, I couldn't even do a quick time.
Yeah.
Bring them downstairs.
That
Take
scene
this.
transition, though.
Use it if you have to.
Hi, Akos.
Boy.
How's it going?
Sit
How are you
down.
doing?
Over there.
That seemed very bad.
Right here. Sit. Now.
Loud.
Arrêtez, bande de cons! C'est mon bateau! Stop!
Ferme-la, ou je te mets mon poing dans la gueule.
Not good.
Olsen!
Manchurian gold. You gonna say it?
Nice. I support art and Chinese food.
Which one of you is gonna tell me about this Manchurian gold?
You were right.
Manchurian gold.
Oh, it's your turn.
So I suggested you keep Conrad here because if you let him escape, he definitely gets out, but then you just don't get to play as him for the rest of the game.
Oh, then I lose a character.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
And I don't necessarily think that it does affect the ending, but the portion of the ending that Conrad escaping affects can still happen.
Okay.
If we do stuff right later. But yeah.
Also, I will be right back.
Do your thing. What? Oh, I thought Julia was just petting Conrad's head for no reason. Cleaning up his ouchies. Look at the face! I don't know why I'm making the face, no one can see it. Alright, did we... Sorry, should we come back?
You gave me your best shot. Alright! Shut the fuck up!
Somebody punch this dude.
Oh, give me a break with that gangster shit.
I don't think you fully comprehend the severity
You tell him,
of the
Bliss.
situation.
Get him!
I'm just gonna say it. Fliss has gotta be in on this. She and these guys, they travel in the same waters.
Wow,
She's the
Alex.
captain and they barely laid a hand on her? I bet you told them about the Manchurian gold. They're in cahoots.
Are you out of your mind? How did you come up with this bullshit? How fucking dare you, you overprivileged asshole?
Yeah, you tell
We're
him.
all in this together. This was a trap, and you set us up. Asshole.
Alex is the worst.
Put a cork in it.
The actual worst.
Sit still, all of ya.
Bruh.
You, come with me.
Can't sit still if the ocean says go.
Find out how long the storm is gonna last. You try anything fishy, and there'll be consequences. Get it?
I'm gonna tell him exactly where we are and who you are.
Duke of Milan requesting weather update. Over.
Duke, we read you. Everything okay? Over.
Hey, just requesting any information about this storm you can give us? It's a little bit hairy out here. Over.
Big storm coming in from the east. Gonna hit you pretty hard, but should pass through your coordinates within an hour. You sound a little stressed, Duke. Please let me know if you need assistance. Not used to a little weather freaking you out.
My charter's been a little difficult. Not exactly going as planned. We're starting to have some serious problems with...
Hey, just be careful.
Sir. I feel like disconnecting the radio is just gonna make it even more suspicious. Whoa! Forgetting the quick time sort of thing. It's fine. Oh, the little speedboat's going away though. Right.
Wait! Okay, yeah, just cut it all loose.
I didn't have the controller by my face. I did it bad. Guess I'll know. Lifeboats are overrated. Get them out of here.
Move it! Now.
Thanks, I guess. Anyone know about Brad? Is he hiding somewhere?
I don't know where he is.
Are we just gonna scream about not knowing where Brad is?
Okay, keep a lid on it. It could be our ticket out.
Like, these dudes don't know he's here.
Better off down
So let's
there
just
than with these psychos.
scream about him being around.
Oh yeah, great. He could get killed down there.
Brad's a big boy.
Brad!
And it's probably better for us if he stays put for now.
DC's fine. DC's fine. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. No. Corpse.
So what happened?
The bottom of the boat started flooding. We called the Coast Guard to ask for a weather update, and then I tried to tell them that we were in trouble. Everyone got out from below deck, and now we're here. No one died.
Okay.
Everyone's still alive.
See?
Things could have been quite different.
Flop.
Kind-hearted creature I am, I'd like to offer you some forewarning of what's to come.
Do we want advice?
Tempted?
Yeah.
Forewarned is forearmed.
Okay then.
What
We'll turn to
is
the
what he
bard
just did.
for inspiration. Merchant of Venice, Act 2, Scene 7. The Prince of Morocco pulls a scroll from the eye of a skull and reads, "All that glisters is not gold. Often have you heard that told."
You're talking about the Manchurian gold?
Anyway, now that you've reached a point of significant distress, I presume you're eager to get back to your story. But here's the thing.
Consider.
Everything may not be entirely as it seems.
Yeah, we can have a drink.
Curator likes a party.
Probably shouldn't have said that.
Let's go. It's party time.
Very good. Life coach. No! Rude. Rude.
They fucking told you.
That's terrible. Listen, be nice to me.
It's your turn, Butterfingers.
I don't have a PlayStation.
I mean, I don't think I missed any, so. Unless you had a 100% rate, you were
That's
gonna.
true. I did miss quite.
Did you?
Yeah, I missed like 3.
Oh, well, that's not too bad. You did fine.
I got punched in the face, slipped.
Junior, retire la tête à l'image.
Scared.
Go.
Oh no.
Why are they sending them in here barefoot?
I hope they had their tetanus shot.
Right?
Hydrate.
I'm scared to hydrate.
That's a chunky.
Can I pause it? Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. I'm guarded. Thank you, Nem. Okay.
Mais on est où là?
Jesus.
I wouldn't be able to do this in real life. I mean, I could. I would really not like
No thanks.
Yeah, it would kind of suck.
It must smell so moldy in there.
No, thank you.
Go on, keep moving.
Alright.
Il est énorme ce navire.
I look for secret.
Cet endroit.
Secret time. Secret time.
J'espère qu'on est les seuls ici.
Oh là, gars. Over there.
What's this? Easy.
That is a blurry piece of paper.
Hey.
Rude!
Wow! We were reading that.
Asshole. The molds, though.
This whole place is a floating death trap.
Whole place covered in mold. I see feet.
I did not sign up for a trip to Creep Town.
Something
It's
about this
spooky there.
place is making my hair stick up so far it's gonna jump out of my neck.
I'm sure.
I wanna get out of here.
Nope, you live here now.
I wanna get out of here. Ah!
Like, quick turn around.
What the hell do these dickheads want with us?
Can I look at stuff, or are you gonna be a jerk? Miller. Excuse me.
Ah, merde!
Need a hand? Oh. Gonna awkwardly stand.
Oh shit!
Ah! Shit.
like sitting here watching you get scared.
He's just a rat friend. He can like watching you get spooked. This is entertaining.
Very good.
4th Division Army, you're covering Patterson's guard duties tomorrow. He is sick again, conveniently. It's always when he has the guard duties on in hold 3A. First is 2400, next the chart for rotation. Again, this is the 3rd time this week. None of us like it down there. Maybe Patterson should buck up. Just get on it. Just buck up.
Just buck up.
Just buck up.
Buck up or fuck up.
Because that makes a difference, right? That changes everything.
Absolutely.
Just you saying buck up.
Absolutely.
That octopus.
Listen, you're supposed to see.
Fuck someone up.
Okay,
Yeah.
all of you, into the room.
Why are you putting us here?
Into the room. Fuck the buck up.
I don't want to fight it here.
Fuck the buck shut. Fuck.
Hey, it's pitch black in here. Give us a light.
Why couldn't they just keep us on the boat? First boat.
First boat was planning on
Thanks.
keep him on the boat.
Oh, he actually did give us.
What a nice guy. How is that lighter still functioning?
Honestly, don't.
Gosh, how is that lantern, like, lightable? Welcome back, Freya.
What the hell is this fucking place?
Given our observations that this is some sort of ship and seems to be abandoned, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's some sort of abandoned ship.
No shit, Sherlock. You gonna write a book about it?
Give him a break, Fliss. He needs one.
Busy night.
We can't just sit around. We need a plan.
We're not exactly in the best position to be making any moves.
The second they let their guard down, we gotta take advantage of it and get off the ship.
Because that worked out so well last time.
Yeah, man, this whole rust bucket's one tetanus shot from the bottom of the ocean.
We already tried to escape.
what I
Didn't
said.
exactly work out.
We gotta get back to the boat and find Brad.
What happened to him?
No idea.
They swiped our distributor cap. Gonna be difficult to get anywhere without it.
So, okay, what exactly is a distributor cap? Now pretend you're talking to someone who doesn't know anything about boats.
It makes the engine work. I don't know. The Duke of Milan is dead in the water without it.
While those guys are out panning for Manchurian gold or whatever they think they're gonna find on this floating
Sorry,
coffin,
this is...
I
gotta
know it's
take
fine.
advantage
This
of
is
the
it today.
Yeah, I expect it.
Fliss,
I can't
I just wanted to
stop.
say,
I
It's
can't
good.
I might have
stop.
done
It's
things
good.
wrong back there.
Excuse me?
I may have kind of
Hope you're all ready to hear me say
prematurely come to the conclusion
20,000
that maybe,
times today.
That's
you
fine.
know, you're working some kind of side deal with these guys or whatever.
This is the brain
But
one now.
I mean, obviously that's not true. They're being just as bad to you as they are to us. So, yeah.
Allow me to translate. He's saying that he's sorry.
Well, I
Well, your apology is kinda accepted.
cool. Cool.
Oh. I'm me.
Hey, you're you!
Molding newspaper.
What happened here?
That thing would fall apart in your hand.
Where did everybody go?
Secret. Gangland. Of 1947. Archaeologists missing in Iraq.
When we told you
24 British archaeologists have gone missing.
Oh! That's a thing for
for all these
House of Ashes.
Unearthing the.
Kidnapping, 750.
I didn't know that was in here.
Neither did
Is that
I.
new?
An hour. Listening
I
to
don't
your
think
stupid
so.
bickering?
Yeah, they've been playing that for a while.
Another one.
Hi, David. Hi.
I am now.
I'm me. Oh, I found that really.
I wonder if there are any references for Devil Within then. Probably not.
Hey, Look what I found over here.
I feel like they would have to be planning for quite a while.
Right. I can definitely see like the first 3 being anticipated because I do remember seeing. I think at one point you can see like all of the books in the curator's library, for the stories. Thank you for the lurk. I don't know how far out they had that plan. So.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa! Glasses, please.
What's this?
That's your sister. Hi, boss.
Let's see.
Thank you for the butt stab.
Miss Rivera. Hey, baby doll. I miss you like crazy. 3 months until my next leave, and jumping into your arms.
I'm really scared.
3 months. I've been on some shore leave with the guys, had a few beers, but don't worry, I'm keeping everything ready for you if you catch my drift.
It's boomstick time.
Oh no. How's work? Oops.
Great.
How's work? I hope
Of all
that
the
boss of
places
yours
I'm
is
gonna
leaving
die
you
on,
alone. I know you
a
can
bona
take
fide
care of
ghost
yourself, but I feel hopeless being so far away and I want to keep you safe. I get a lot of time to think while I'm guarding the cargo hold. It's dark and spooky down there. Some of the other guys have seen a figure roaming around, but I've always got you with me to keep me safe too. I will be with you soon and get a job as a mechanic, and we can get married and have 2 children. We'll be happy together forever. Love you so much. I'm dead.
Whoopsies, I'm killed.
What's this? SS.
I wonder why this was ripped off.
Aww.
As a dog.
Piece of coffee.
That's the ship mascot. Headbutt it.
Allez explorer la salle des machines. Danny, tu fouilles les soutes.
I don't like that ship.
T'es sérieux? T'as vu l'endroit? Ça tombe en ruine, Olson. Et j'ai pas les outils pour y arriver.
Fais ce que je te dis. Et c'est tout.
Va te faire foutre.
Quoi? Qu'est-ce que t'as dit?
Rien.
Can't talk to people.
No one wants to hear what Conrad has to say.
Any luck? I can't get it open.
I wonder if I dodged that punch, if my face wouldn't be all messed up.
Correct.
Makes me sad. I tried my best, okay?
Maybe we can bend it open and get out of here.
Look, it could have gone better. It could have gone worse.
Where a bet like this would go.
You did fine.
I think we just gotta find out.
You want me to just smash through this wall?
No.
Oh yeah, sure.
Anyone have
Big
a
man on
coin?
campus.
Someone should create a
No,
distraction.
no, no. That's The Walking Dead.
This is gonna be loud.
Yeah, okay. Conrad, you do
That's
it.
true. It probably would be too rusty to
You just rattle it for a while.
Oh shit. We're gonna have to do something?
Oh, I have to smash button.
Okay.
Maybe. Maybe not. Your foot just went through that, Alex.
Help me, please.
You got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. You did it!
I can button mash, I just can't hit the right button.
That's fine.
Do it! Do it!
I was gonna laugh if the door was a pull instead of a push.
That would have been awesome. It still would have slowed them down a little bit. Go!
Conrad? Get out of there, Conrad! Don't mind the giant hole. Oh. Oh, that's fast. Nice job. Did you actually hold your breath?
I don't know.
Nicely
I
done,
was looking
though.
really hard though, my eyes hurt. I didn't blink. I didn't blink at all. Thank you.
That was terrifying.
It's hard being Conrad.
He is like the protagonist.
I could could have just left y'all.
Look at that. I love what they've done with the place.
Sailor girl.
Come on. There's gotta be some stairs
That
around
poster
here.
wouldn't be that vivid.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh. Oh, no. I don't want to. Oh, there's a distraction. I don't like it.
They're just zooming. You're not gonna look?
I don't want to.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Hate it here. Dirty clothes. What's this? More dirty clothes!
Some more rats. It fine.
Lamia, help me.
Are you barking?
He did just do a bark. Let me out. Let me out.
Come here. Come here.
I don't want to look. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. You saw that, right?
I just want to know where the hell they all went.
There's a lady.
Dozens of people on board. Hundreds.
How could they all just vanish
I
and
mean,
leave all of their stuff behind?
Something doesn't add up.
I can investigate. Show me the thing.
Where's the "you are here" arrow?
Out of bounds? Cargo hold D2 is bad. They all decided the ship had bad vibes. It does. It has the worst vibes. The worst. What? You got something to say? What's going on over here? Is there something over here? Is this a door? Okay. Why am I in the bathroom?
Because you gotta go potty.
I'm not going to be here.
Game said you needed a bathroom.
What's this? Hello, toilet.
Excuse me, Kat. Those are my clean clothes.
Dear Alice, I'm finally coming home. This is it, darling. One last trip across the Pacific, and I'll be back to you and the girls. I can't wait to see your faces. Tell Ned and Nancy to get excited. They're gonna see Daddy real soon, and he's got gifts for y'all. I'm sure glad to be back at sea. It's hotter than an Oklahoma summer out here on land, and there's no escape from it. I've been alright because I got your letters to keep me going. They censor them, which is probably for the best, because sometimes the others steal them to read. I don't like them reading our letters. I know.
It's hotter than Satan's taint over here.
I know. Really creeps me out. He keeps telling me there's a little boy on board, and it sounds like Ted. I know he's just messing with me. There ain't no way we got a stowaway. Our ops guys are far too slick now that the war is over. I bet they'll edit this bit out, but it shows what a place can do to a guy. I gotta go for now, honey. There's some commotion outside. That usually means I'm about to be real busy for a while. I'll write again soon. Robert.
Spooky.
Why was this in the toilet?
He was probably hiding in there.
With his letter?
Yeah, I don't know why he left it. Maybe he was writing on the toilet and then he had to go take care of it. Where am I?
He had those powerful toots.
That's true. They did have the bean and cabbage soup.
Toot toot!
I just can't believe this is happening.
Toot toot!
What the hell happened to Brad?
You think he's still on the Duke?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Sweet. Easy kitty. Aw, she's got the good fur.
That's easy furs.
You hear that?
If by that you mean the terrifying sound, then no, I didn't hear
What is that?
it.
What is that? No!
What you did? Was it something moving?
Something moving. Sound sure.
Julia. saw flinty thing. I'm just gonna pretend it was.
I think you can go around her now.
I'm so freaked out.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Could have.
I'll protect you.
There you go. Oh.
Game didn't like that. Yeah. Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? Sorry. Excuse me? Sorry.
This place is fucking massive.
Yeah, it's a fucking warship, my dude! Those things tend to be very large.
Sit.
What is this place?
Engine room?
Well, is there anything we can use down here?
We're gonna need the distributor cat back. Before
Hi.
we're gonna get out of here.
It was I, Conrad. Ready?
Hello?
Who are you talking to?
Wait, you don't
What's
hear?
this?
Honest. Ship big.
You don't hear what? Wait, what am I hearing?
Things? What a good book.
Oh, there I go.
Brief check from David. Get that gamer posture out of here.
I identified problem areas with structural brittleness and cracks in some sections of cargo hold 1. I instructed our shipwright to carry out the necessary building repairs. I advised the captain to go easy, especially in bad weather. Any aggressive movement could cause the ship to break its back. Whoa!
That's not great.
That's super not good.
Don't tell anyone.
I responded to a complaint that some electronic equipment had been malfunctioning recently. I discovered growths of thin whiskers around some of the components. I cleaned and added lead to the solders, which has stopped the equipment shorting out and should slow down the growth. Okay, never mind. Let's see.
Engineer's log. We totally fucked.
Okay. I conducted a thorough weekly engine room inspection of fuel, oil, and fluid, which showed lower levels of cylinder oil than I expected. I have reminded the staff in the engine room to be attentive and vigilant with their hourly checks and to alert an engineer if there is any loss of pressure. The ship
just broke.
This is fine. The ship was caught in a heavy electrical storm, which began shortly after midnight. The lightning strike caused a lot of electrical arcing, traveling through hoisting cables aloft the deck, which has left damage. The grease has boiled up and destroyed some of the cabling. I've received reports that the main problems caused by the storm are with electrical equipment. It's likely the tin whiskers haven't helped matters. Despite the rough sea, there have been no reports of any structural damage. However, I'll have to work with the men to make a full damage assessment.
Ship seems fine.
Oh wait, I don't want to go back. I did bad. Keep going. Oh, that's it. Everything's wrong.
Ship's broke. It'll
Gross?
be fine.
Tin growth? Is that just the metal having some trouble?
It's probably that there are fractures in it that have gotten bigger.
Oh. What am I running into? Oh, a chain? What's this?
Paper.
Oh.
No, that's a skull. Never mind.
It's a little rat.
Yeah, it is. Somebody was gambling with rat skulls. Now I know. Most assuredly not.
What's in here?
Writing.
The skipper has KO'd the booze for this whole goddamn trip. There is nothing like being sober to make you realize just how quiet the ship is. There was a fight between those dumb schmucks, Wilson and Anderson, right after we sailed. But Ferris nips that in the bud real quick, and it's been quiet as a church ever since.
Joey and Joe.
I got talking with a feller who had helped load up the ship. He told me they put a bunch of coffins on board, which isn't so weird maybe, but he had said there was some guy who made sure the coffins were all put. Oops.
That's your phone.
Med check. Let's see.
Thought there were just aggressive birds outside.
No, I don't like alarm sounds, so like having birds chirping keeps me from being anxious. Although for like morning alarms, sometimes I'll just think it's birds chirping. Let's see. Which isn't so weird maybe. He said there was some guy who made sure the coffins were all put in one of the folds just right. Real precise, not the... Oops. Is my phone? Oh.
Oopsies.
Has that been going the whole time? Okay. Not the treatment you'd get if you were any old front. It got me thinking, who could it be in those boxes? Okay. Booze was a bum loss. Perez said he felt drunk after 4 cups, but I said he was talking baloney. It was like dishwater. Perez said they made some good hooch from some supplies they lifted. Meeting up later down on 6 to check it out. Saturday. Just heard one of those guys here snuck a look at boxes. Gonna go find him and see what he saw. Maybe he can even help me get in and take a look. It's all set. He reckons he can sneak me in. We're gonna take a look tonight.
See, birds wouldn't wake me up. Or even like...
What's your alarm?
I just do music that I'm familiar with. I think I have a lot of Danganronpa stuff right now as my alarm.
I would fly out of bed, which it would be effective, but I'd be scared. Whoa. What's this?
The painting. Oh! Is that Alex? Kind of looks like Alex.
Yeah.
Getting his head bashed in. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I wouldn't worry.
Oh, I don't go this way. You're showing me the way. Oh! Alex, I saw your head get bashed.
Kinda cool.
I think I see something moving down there.
Oh! Turn that light off. Hey, Conrad?
Shh. Everyone quiet.
A lovely little sea.
Why would you just leave it there?
Idiot. 'Cause idiot. That's why.
Or is he trying to lure us out?
Look. It's the distributor.
Good question.
You sure? Yeah, I'm sure.
Man's got a sledgehammer. I want it. Gib.
That's gonna suck for the quick times.
Did you just highlight a period?
Go get it.
David.
Please.
We gotta be careful. Could be a trap.
It's a trap.
Gotta take the chance.
It's a tarp.
Oh my god.
She's just yeeting herself down there. Not a space won't work. God, yes. Without shoes.
Holy crap.
Her poor Pete's.
Better her than me. I would just fuck it up. If I warn it, they'll hear me. Is she gonna die?
God damn it, they're taking place.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Where are the others?
Arrête de crier, j'essaie d'entendre ce qui se passe.
Je crie pas.
Ta gueule. Je veux savoir où sont les autres.
Yikes.
We're gonna follow them. Don't let them out of your sight.
Maybe she can still get it from.
Or maybe she's fucking dead.
Well, it's my turn again.
What are we doing? I thought we were following them.
Gotta keep our distance.
Go
See
in.
if we can get
Fuck things up.
Let's hope it's faster.
I got this.
Okay, okay, I'm Alex. Oh no. Not Alex. I don't want to kill him.
What happens, happens. If he dies, he dies.
Yeah.
What was that?
Maybe we hit an iceberg.
Not funny.
Excuse me. I hate this.
What is with this place?
I'm telling you, we hit an iceberg, we're going down.
I'm sure it's fine.
Wait a minute.
Did you die?
We've been here before.
I don't think so.
I swear we've been here before, Alex. Have you been leading us in circles?
We
Come
haven't
on,
been.
guys, we gotta keep moving.
A knife!
A knife!
Hey, easy with that. We can't just screwing around right now.
Nice blade. Could make a nice severance package for my assailants if you catch my drift.
I guess you never know. We might have to use it.
I have a knife. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. It's usually a good thing. I'm gonna trust my gut. Could be wrong. My gut is kind of telling me it's a bad idea, but you know what? I guess I'm not gonna listen to my gut, and I'm just gonna grab the knife. Let's see. Oh, no!
Yeah, don't trust your gut with a knife.
Hello?
Unless you're playing Golden Light, in which case, eat that knife. Just shove that shit in there.
God.
Alex, what is it?
I need you to know, like, I went in every direction with that, and it took forever to open.
Nothing. You don't want to know.
Don't look at
What? What does that mean?
It's just.
Why aren't you telling me?
It's just broke. You don't need to look at it. Fuck! The fuck? Jesus. I'm just trying to walk here.
Not allowed. That's just mold.
Soup du jour, mademoiselle?
That's just mold.
you
That
know
is
your way
pure
around the
mold.
kitchen.
There is nothing in there but mold.
Once we settle down, I will be your personal chef de cuisine.
Well, why don't you be a chef right now? Why do you have to wait till there's, like, settling down? Why don't you
Right?
just cook now? Freaking Alex, the worst.
Alex is a useless man.
Looks a little tooty in here.
Just a little
I saw
tooty?
a little bit of toot.
Toot toot? Not butt mold. No,
Alright,
no
what is
mold.
this place?
None mold.
I'm thinking we gotta go through
I will
here.
die.
It's super tooty in here.
It is very tooty in there.
What's over here?
Toots.
Show me a vision of toot.
Show me the toots.
Show me the
toots.
There we go. Oh!
Oh!
That's not good. That's the knife.
Trusting your gut with a knife. David called it.
Can I put the knife down?
A knife.
Can I put the knife down?
No.
Wait,
You can put it in Alex's stomach though.
this isn't right.
That was my brother.
Yeah, well, clearly Alex doesn't like It's fine, I'm sure.
What? What?
There's
Why are we
something in
screaming?
here with us. Didn't you? I mean, did you hear anything?
Why aren't we screaming?
All right, well, we should keep moving.
I know I saw something. It was moving in the shadows.
It's probably the rat.
Rats. Probably just rats.
Rats.
That's all it was.
Don't fucking laugh at me.
I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh.
All right, we've been here before. I'm sure of it. We're going around in circles.
Well, what do you want to do? Turn around?
We've seen all this before.
Cool it, Jay. We don't have a lot of options. It's got to be this way.
Excuse me. Julia, do you mind moving?
Okay, no. This isn't working for me.
What?
I don't like it here.
Gross caskets and crappy
It's
chapels.
all bad here.
Not my scene, you know?
You're right. It's gross and it's crappy. Gotta get out of here toot sweet.
And we gotta find
Toot
Fliss.
sweet. He said toot
Okay,
sweet.
so can we just get the fuck
Toot!
out then?
Toot's confirmed.
What is this?
Toot's confirmed.
Sweet toots, even. Hi, Lou.
Hi, Lou.
Well, that's
Is that a Lou Doobie vibin'? Is it Lou Doobie tootin'?
Lou Doobie Toot. I feel like that joke has been made before.
Probably has. How's it going, friend? How are you doing?
Children! It's a child! That's a dead kid.
A child? It's 2 dead children, actually. They were
We need
kind
to
of
leave.
wrapped up in each other.
Now!
Kind of sweet if you think about it.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's get out
What's the
of
matter?
here.
I'm glad you're doing so well.
Let's get here.
No.
What is it?
Look!
Oh,
What?
Thank you for the clip, Nam.
Seriously? Are you trying to freak me out?
Huh?
You were having a good
Can
time.
we just get out of here?
Playing games. Emmy's getting freaked out about everything. It's great.
About every single thing.
everything.
And even things that aren't there. That aren't things. Excuse, I'm trying to get through the doors too. I'm having some rough times.
It's a whole thing right now.
There we
Roger
go.
that.
We gotta get Fliss.
Yeah.
No time. for this.
Let me
What the hell is
through.
making that sound?
Toot toot.
What sound?
Oh. Why so
I
spick
don't
and
want to be
span?
alone. There's lots dead bodies in
Fuck!
the ship. In the ship.
This is no time to be fucking around. I'm serious. I can't take it.
How many
Wait,
dead bodies?
The guy looks different.
What do you mean?
He was a skeleton before. Now he's a person. Poke.
Sounds weird.
Oh, what the fuck?
Don't touch it! Why did you touch it?
Why did you touch it?
I just wanted to give him a little poke.
Why'd you touch it, Emmy?
I wanted to give him a little poke. The dead body.
Don't
Where the hell is Conrad?
touch it.
Conrad?
Maybe just get in some air.
1 dead body. 2 dead body. Ah.
Hello.
This seems fine. You should pull open his tum-tum. See what's inside.
Nah.
But it's right there. It's ready to go.
Oh.
What the hell? Looks like he
These
died of fright.
hands.
You can't see that.
Excuse me, can I see your papers? Paper here.
He's gotta have a lot of goodies in his tum-tum. Everyone on this ship died of farts.
Wait, why can't... What's happening with the flashlight? Oh, my arm.
Oh no.
My arm.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is horrible. I think you're supposed to be able to see the paper, but like...
I'm crying. My arm.
this is basically Finding the Void, right?
What's happening on this ship?
It's bad here.
Can I have a tissue?
Yeah, yes, you can. You got the noodable arms, Emmy.
Only the one, actually.
Just the one noodable arm.
Okay, what does it say? Appendicitis. Oh.
Yeah, they were trying to get his goodies out.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no. See, when I downloaded the game, I thought it was, you know, downloading the game and doing the patch and stuff. I guess it didn't do any of the patches, so we get fresh game. Also,
Very
Stars has
fresh.
a hydrate.
Thank you for hydrate.
Won't have any more water. I drank a lot of water though. Water is good. Facts.
My water like jumped up and splashed my face. My cheek is all wet, but not from my tears.
But also from your tears?
No, I dried them off with the tissue.
Water said no, you have to be wet now.
It's good to be wet. Yep. You're leaning in very close.
Any medicine we find in here is gonna be
good to be
way
wet.
out.
What's this? Hello?
Medicine.
Let me see.
Aspirin.
Conrad, take a couple of these.
Don't take,
Hey,
those are so expired!
Looking for a second opinion?
Don't take them!
Okay, let me through.
Coming through.
Which way do I go? Here? Okay. I want to get out. Whoa, what was that?
Connie?
Whoa! Your lantern!
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Connie, where the
Not the
fuck are you?
moldy ass boat medicine. Wow! I did it again.
Where
I
is
think
Conrad?
I broke the game.
Must have gone on ahead.
It's gonna be rough from here on out.
Quiet.
I can shout if I want. Connie!
That's my be quiet sound.
Shut up!
Where the hell did he go?
Jeez. This is why you don't yell.
No one's safe.
Peaceful wiggles. Is it your turn now?
I think it's thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, but sure.
It had to really contemplate that and was like, is this actually what we want?
Sure.
It's much. Am I?
It's a rat.
I want to sploot it.
What?
I want to sploot it.
Sploot it?
Where
Yeah.
are you taking me?
When you take the rat, you throw it a little bit and it goes, whack.
Aw.
Sploot. He used to do that with Fear Up all the time.
Aw.
He loved it. He actually loved it.
Tell me where we are
Love
going,
rats.
damn it!
I want to be more financially secure so I can get rats again.
Shut.
Love them.
Love. And I can visit and play with all the rats.
And then you can sploot the rats.
Then I can sploot.
Is that actually a shiny?
It was. It looked like. Yeah,
Come on.
it was.
Danny, fuck you!
Fuck you, Danny.
Keep
No,
moving.
I'm.
Kick your ass. There's one like up there.
Yeah, but I thought there was one here.
He like shoves your neck.
Yeah, he does.
Does he get? Like, is there a limit? There it is.
Yeah, I think what I saw by the water was.
Oh.
Hey,
Wait, a weapon.
back off.
Oh my
Leave that alone.
It's so dusty in there.
I was not moving. She just did that on her own. It's so dusty and so wet and so moldy
and rusty.
You don't even know what you're doing. You just do whatever he tells you, don't you?
And corpsey.
Yeah,
and
a little bit tooty.
Did we say moldy?
I think we said moldy. But you can say it again because it's really moldy.
Yeah. It's filthy.
I would walk in here and just bust out into hives immediately.
You really would.
Also crusty. That's right.
Got all the crust.
Normally I like crust. I don't like this crust. This is not the crust we are looking for. Oh.
It's soupy.
It is soupy. Ah, yes. Soup shit. Wood shit.
That's a lie.
Oh. Why am I leading the way?
All right, come out. Show yourself.
Gave up this. You can attack him. What's wrong with you?
My Ams.
Ams, hello.
It is us. It is friend time.
Friend stream.
How are you doing, pal?
This
I love
fucking
you.
place is cursed.
It's not cursed. It's just crusty and gross.
Look at this.
Oh, Medan. Oh wait, no, sorry. Excuse me. Medan. It's incredibly crunchy. It's crunchy and crusty and moldy and dusty and rusty and gross.
And tooty. Don't forget the toot.
There are so many toots. I bet Cyril was here.
What was that noise?
What are you talking about?
Tootin'.
I don't want to hear anything from you. Olsen!
Okay, I don't know.
What are we doing?
Whoa.
Yeah, but it's been a
I
couple
like how you
years.
don't even flinch.
This is what I do every day, practically. I mean,
Please, you don't have to do
these
this.
are the games I play. Sir, I'm just trying to look around.
Jesus!
Oh.
That's his party face. I just thought he had a party hat on for a second. It's just a cobweb.
The guy's probably still right here with us.
Party cobweb.
I mean, you die on a ship.
Something
you
gonna
both
crawl
stays
out
on
of
a
his
ship.
mouth.
Come on. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, that's until
I need to play on stream or something.
Do it.
There's so many games that I need to play.
Stream all the time.
Alright.
Where did all your
Never
friends
stop.
go?
24/7 stream, let's
I
go.
don't know what the fuck this is
Wow,
all
that's
about.
exciting.
But we gotta keep moving and find Olsen. Now.
Honestly.
It's not doable.
I'll just stream me sleeping.
Olsen?
Damn. It's a thing.
It is.
It is a thing.
It is. Make good money doing that. People want to watch me sleep?
What was that?
That was a hand.
I wonder if there are like things you can find or if this is just building defense.
Are you fucking kidding me, my dude?
What a dick. I wonder if you didn't get caught, if you could see that.
I'm pretty sure you can. Oh.
Like if I had warned her.
Oh.
And you were exploring this by yourself. I think that's it. He's
just shovey. He just wants to shove.
C'est quoi ce bordel?
Scared. Also, why is he sparkling?
He's just covered in glitter. Dude, you good? Man's just having a minor freak out right now. Okay, bye! Not the toots. Honestly, Bliss. What?
What just happened?
Danny just had a moment. He got the fears. A little case of the rattles. Okay, can I, like, actually look around now? Can I get this painting?
Nice.
Thank you. Excuse?
Is that, like, a different game?
No. Because this is the different game one. This is the center one? Weird. Can I go back for that wrench, actually? Is that possible? Or is that too far back? If I can have a weapon, that'd be pretty cool. Not allowed to have it. This is tragic.
No.
After I get this,
It's so hard to tell.
I think it's L1
Okay.
for a slightly faster walk. Only slightly faster. Honestly, I just wanted wrench.
Fun mesh.
I can do that. We can do
sorry.
that. Fine, I'm kind of in your space
You're
anyway.
okay.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Nope. Everyone's gone home. Much like we should be doing, Fliss.
There's space in there.
No, there was. He's gone. Where did he go? See, I don't need to do any of the jumping or screaming because you've got it covered.
Even when I'm not playing.
Yeah, you got this handled.
It doesn't even affect. Well, it does affect me because your choices affect mine. So there is an element of fear there. I'm scared for you and
Okay.
me.
Well, listen, I'm not intentionally trying to make terrible choices. Look, I mean, Julia fell in love with Alex's dumb ass.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it that bad.
Is this where I died in the tutorial?
I think so. Head over. Location hold 3A. Duty officer Carter Watts. Reed, Miller, Davis, Perez, Griffin, Patterson crossed out. O'Neill. Strictly no unauthorized entry to guarded areas. Do not leave post until you are relieved by oncoming watchstander.
What happened to Patterson?
What happened?
Oh, Patterson was sick.
Yeah.
So O'Neill.
Patterson's fucking dead. I don't know. I saw that ghost. Right there.
Oh, okay. Not there anymore.
Gone. Yeah, no, Patterson was sick. For claiming to be sick. Everyone thought he was faking. Faking. That is where I'm supposed to be. It's over here.
Death?
It's kind of an aside. I'm very excited for like the weekends to just be like friend streams
Yes.
for me.
Me too.
I'm stoked about that.
Great thing to do. Get to play games. Get to hang out with friends. All good.
Rams. It's basically gonna be Rudy me doing The Walking Dead from here on out for a while.
Aww.
But that's still gonna be great. Very excited to get to the seasons that they and I haven't played before. Stop.
Okay.
It's
Got
spring, yo.
The allergies.
Honestly.
Jesus. What happened down here?
Yes.
What?
Charles T. Perez.
Chucky. Sure, Chucky died. Oh yeah, both of them died in mine. Oh, hi, Chucky. Wait, is that me? Is that me?
Our guy didn't, Joe. Joe wasn't wearing a helmet, was he? And
Chucky was wearing a helmet. I wasn't.
Okay, then yeah, I guess these are the boys.
I got stabbed.
These are the boys. Rip boys. Excuse you, I said rip. You are dead.
Dated. Edgy-emmy.
It's edgy-emmy time.
I'm scared. Whoops.
As well you should. Probably not.
Brad.
Oh wow, Brett's still. I had forgotten about him.
All right.
Even though everyone kept asking where he was.
Brad, just stay there and hide, please.
You will.
Buck up, you motherfucker! Come on.
Brad,
Come on,
Janet. Brad, you're sad. Rocky.
All right, buck up. Buck it up. Buck it up, people.
Soon.
All right, beat it up, B.
Forever.
All right, let's do this.
Oh no, do I have to quit? Okay, good job, Brad.
Handled.
Holy shit.
Okay, maybe I can check out the things I couldn't before. But I tried checking it before and he tossed it.
Yeah.
Yep, it's not there.
Sad.
Well, I was reading chat.
Hello?
I was just trying to yawn.
This can't be good.
It's like you can't even hear it, you just hear me gasping.
Yeah.
What's over here? I can go here? Hello?
Hello. That's Tootie stairs. Those stairs be tootin'.
I don't know if I like the Tootie stairs. I don't know if I like them.
Even stairs be tootin' sometimes, okay?
They have the bean soup too.
Mm-hmm. Somebody was walking down those stairs and spilled a little bit of cabbage bean soup.
I don't know if I should be here.
Should you be anywhere?
What's in here?
The bodies. Oh, look, they were cuddling.
What happened here?
Cuddle puddle time. I don't know that I've ever seen this room.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I feel like I would remember this pile of bodies, and I don't.
What? Fuck. I can't move.
Hello?
Should I be going this way?
Oh, hell. Great.
I'm scared.
Perfect. Wonderful.
You got this.
I'm scared.
I'm sure it's
I'm
fine.
scared.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm scared.
What we got here? Shoving everyone into lockers.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this before. I'm gonna open it.
Oh! No, open it.
Fuck this place.
Let me open it.
And then it does the same scare again.
Ooh.
What? That's not.
Toilet toots!
I think I found this as a different character.
No, let me read it. Fuck! Stop closing it, Brad! I got 2 protection.
We love a good protection from Duke.
What am I hearing?
What's in here? Wait, I want to check in here a little bit.
Alright, let me just kick you.
Okay. You didn't kick me.
Let me gently brush up against your leg.
That's correct.
Check the toilet for ammo.
Is there a toilet here? There. Toilet.
Ammo?
Come on, don't do that.
It's occupied. They didn't think anyone was here.
Well, you always close the door. Ew!
Jam toilet.
Give me a fucking break.
How do I put on?
Oh.
Am I hiding?
There was a shadow.
Oh no, I gotta do the thing.
Breathe it. Is that Bliss? Can't see her tattoo. She doesn't have her bracelet, so maybe it's not Bliss. Is it Alex? Legs look kind of hairy. Yeah. Oh, it's one of the dudes.
Mm-hmm. He has a gun.
Yeah. Here I was being incredibly hopeful that it was a friend. Not today.
Make me want to fail it so I can say hi to Bliss. I'm scared.
I didn't want to make you fail it. You want to check the numbers again? There's no jam there.
Buck up, B-boy. Buck up.
I'm trying to back.
He was busy talking. You can't interrupt him talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Listen.
They're close.
That's not true.
I'm not afraid. Rejected. If rejected. Wait. Private Young already has a gas mask. Find out.
Well, now you have a gas mask.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine. Mustard gas.
This looks...
Horseradish. Smells like uranium. Oh, that's a...
Smells like garlic mustard.
Maybe they're through here.
Hello?
What is this? What is
get
this
up there.
pose?
Try to help me get up there. That? Can I use that? Just a little push. Push, push. A little push.
Oh. Oh! Good job.
Are you scared?
Just sit down for a moment. Have a sit down. Just relax for a second.
Can I not use the chair because it's the rolly chair on a ship for some reason?
Sounds about right.
It's your ass if this gets out. See that it's done.
Oh.
What about my ass? To all field officers, ensure the locks are affixed to caskets as soon as they have been located at the water purification project facility. Caskets are classified. They must remain locked and under guard at all times. No personnel in your unit should have masks. Yeah, the ship is nasty. I'd be wearing it.
No toots. Only gas mask. Toot toot.
Wait, where am I going?
That's a good question. Where are you going?
How do I get through there? What are you? What are you?
Here?
Gimme. Maybe it's... What's this? What's the letter?
Yeah, that's what you looked at.
Let me through. Let me through. I don't know what to do. Oh, I can use it now.
You have to look at everything. That thing is gonna break. You're gonna stand on it and it's gonna just disintegrate. Oh god, I'm scared for you.
Maybe Brad is agile. Look at him. Look at him go.
Kinda looks like he was phasing through the wall a little bit.
Look at him go. So agile, he goes through walls. And also, I have a gas mask on my back. Yeah. Yeah.
Alex? Julia? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Here. Hey.
Painting. Just random face on your back.
Gross.
Get in the chopper.
Okay. I vaguely remember that.
PlayStation getting ready to take off again.
Yeah. Like, no, I'm the chop. Oh. I survived? Oh wait, it's still me.
You? It's shiny over there.
Where? Here?
No, I think it's actually on this side. I think it's for that opening.
Oh.
But it looks like it's in the water.
Who's that? Who's there? Get away!
Get away from me!
I get scared incredibly easily. Please don't scare me.
Yeah.
No. No, I'm not hearing this. I'm not hearing this.
Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that.
Alex?
I don't think there was anything
Julia?
there.
Okay.
Kinda did a full loop.
Oh, fuck no.
There's a gear eater. Kinda too cute. Oh god. Oh no.
What's happening?
So that's a cliffhanger.
I didn't die yet.
Welcome in, Sarah.
Hi. Oh. I don't like how the wall is going. Is that normal? Oh.
And I think it is. I think we're like on the outside of the ship. Like towards the bottom.
Oh.
But like
okay.
towards
Okay.
the outside. If that makes sense. It's the hull, I think is what I'm attempting to say.
Why do you see a ghost of me?
Maybe you're dead.
Not.
Have you considered that maybe you're dead? Hey, how's it going, Sarah? How are you doing? What is this? Oh, it's cobwebs and a bullet.
I thought the body was just like missing.
Right? Same!
I left all the cobwebs.
What is going on here? I mean, that's an incredibly vague question. Probably. I mean, they've done Little Hope, and House of Ashes, and Until Dawn, all of which I have played. I think did I play this one on stream?
I think you did.
I think I did. But it's been ages.
Ah! Wait, those were hands.
Those were hands. Yeah, we're gonna try and get through the game today. These games are like just a little too long for like a single sitting, but they're not long enough to do in like 2 parts, really. So it's just a slightly longer than normal stream.
That's not.
They're all very good. Y'all should play the Dark Picture anthologies.
Yes.
They're very good. Until Dawn's definitely like a more fleshed out story, I think, compared to Dark Picture anthologies, but these are really nice, just like bite-sized horror stories.
That's a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm. I think they describe the anthology as like a seasonal thing, so like you get like 4 or 5 stories in a single season, and that's like considered the collection, whereas Until Dawn is like, you know, a full thing. The characters aren't nearly as like fleshed out or as well developed, and the stories are a little more, you know, condensed, but they're very good.
I always wondered why I liked Until Dawn, but that's probably why.
Because it's a more realized project.
This place is...
I like these because they do
not
just
right.
like remind me of like cheesy horror movies. And I'm here for it. Yeah, House of Ashes. I think of all of them, House of Ashes is my favorite from Dark Pictures so far.
Just wait for the new one, Devil.
I know, I'm so excited for that one.
It's gonna be your favorite.
Probably. I mean, the premise is that it's based on, like, they're in a hotel based on, like, H.H. Holmes's hotel.
Yeah.
And that immediately already, like, had me super pumped. That'd be pretty cool. You should play House of Ashes for no particular reason. Alright, so know it is important to the sorcerer and the spiritual well-being of his flock that before the festival of Akraman Hamari can begin, the ritual of Threskia is performed to went away demons and unwholesome spirits by means of Cabal. Cabal should silently assemble and contain no more or fewer than 5 true individuals of sound mind and spirit. It should number 3 female and 2 male, firstborn, faces obscured with hood. The pentangle shall be drawn out, and each member shall stand at each of the 5 primary points. A lady born of the seas shall be rendered unconscious and placed at the center of the pentangle. It is from there that the assembled shall recite the incantation of Sora's. Sora! Sword in hand with all exaltation possible, as is written. We 5 stand at the furthermost point. We are yet close enough to touch. The 5-starred symbol is with great power. Turning 90 degrees to your right, use the sword to describe the unicursal amulet of Biwa Or, and shout, "The pentangle is faith!" Turn to face south, thrust the sword forward, and using a low, steady voice say, "The pentangle is reverence!" Turn a further 90 degrees to your right, use the sword to describe the ocuvernal sigil, the sacred symbol that constitutes the final seal before the act can be finalized. With reverence recite, "The pentangle is church." Finally, turn to north, thrust the sword forward, and with exultation exclaim, "The pentangle is sacrifice!" I wouldn't necessarily say that House of Ashes is really scary. It definitely has its moments of being spooky. Thank you, David.
It was very good.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, suspenseful. There are a few, like, a handful of jump scares, but it's just, it's very good. I think that's the other reason why I tend to, like, I think I would suggest, the Dark Picture anthologies for people who want to get into horror stories, but don't necessarily want to be, like, super duper spooked. A lot of them are very, like, palatable. I say as I look at a whole fountain of blood. But it is very, like, accessible horror as far as horror is concerned. And if you made it through Until Dawn, you could easily make it through most of these. Nothing else over here. Unless... piano.
You have to go around the other way.
Maybe. Yeah, but sorry, let me just kick you in the actual ass. FNAF is obnoxious because it's loud and also loud.
FNAF 1 is just difficult too.
Yeah. I don't know. I personally hate Five Nights at Freddy's.
Liz, keep your head on straight.
And that was even before we found out that Scott Cawthon was a piece of shit.
Oh, I haven't heard about that.
Oh yeah, no, he was funding extra money, more than you were technically legally allowed to do, to a bunch of Republican parties.
That is super not cool.
And then was like, but I'm actually an ally. I'm a friend to black people and gay folks, and it's like,
but you're not.
But you're not.
Gross.
But yeah, no, these are very much like B-horror movies. And that pleases my little horror heart. I also want to go there, but I also want to open this.
It's hard to make the choices.
It is. It's not always super obvious, like, which is the proper, or like, which way continues. It's just a coffin of blood.
Can you look in it?
It's just a coffin of blood.
Is there blood around you now?
Yeah. Yeah, there is. It's just a whole bunch of jam. Somebody's gotta plug that hole. They're gonna waste all the jam. What are you doing? I wanted to go through the door. He's just hanging out in the back.
Uh-oh.
Well, what else fell down earlier?
This is what we saw.
It is what we saw. Not Ghostface. I love Ghostface here. Oh, God, no. I don't want to do it. I'm not gonna do it.
It's a skeleton. It's just fruity.
It's just, yeah, it's just fruity. It's fine. No, I think I know what that connects to, which is why I didn't want to do a stab.
Okay.
I don't want to kill anyone. Plus, I don't think I had seen that before. And I'm curious as to how that's gonna come back and bite me in the ass later. So, Jam Thief gets to survive for one more day.
Oh, not the sledgehammer!
Sir. Well, rip Julia.
We're not there.
But we are. Yeah. has redeemed a pronouns, please. Y'all are comfortable with sharing your pronouns in chat. Now is the time to sound off.
Aw, thanks.
It's the engagement ring. I saw your eyes wiggle.
No, don't fight! Don't fight yourself! No, me, stop fighting me. Stop it.
Clearly, he's not the demon because he's not drowning.
There's a different shirt. There was a different shirt.
Yeah.
Stop! Stop!
I don't remember which shirt is which. Did oh. Oh, okay, he should have just kept drowning him. The one under the water was the bad guy.
Hard to know, especially when like their sleeves are both different.
Right. I could see that one had a pocket on it, but I couldn't tell who was who.
It won't like affect things, right?
Hopefully not.
What? You okay?
Not the wiggly eyes. Caught from the wiggly arm.
Thanks. I could have drowned. We gotta get away. He's still around. That guy.
Fuck!
I mean, that guy also has tattoos, which means that's not our guy. Sir, why do you look like this?
Come on! Let's go!
Horrible. Why would you want more than one Alex? Why would you want one Alex? This is horrible and I hate it.
That's why he looked off though. Or Alex.
Yeah. This is fine.
Wait, who's running around? Who is that?
I don't know.
Edgy Emmy.
But it's Edgy Emmy time.
Okay.
You wanted to surprise me with the whole.
You did,
pirate
Edgy
incident.
Emmy.
I'd say it was a good idea. No, it was. I mean, it's funny.
Conrad.
I think it's funny, but
Oh, I'm scared.
I think the guys you hired are taking it a little too far, maybe.
Imagine, you could have skipped
And don't
this
be cheap.
entire
I mean,
section.
you didn't feel like paying top
Had
dollar.
you let Conrad leave?
You get these guys that are not cream of the crop. They're taking it a little
Conrad's
too
bit is
far.
my favorite.
You know, you get my drift. So if you want to feel free to pull the old
Scared I'm
plug,
gonna kill him.
get rid of these guys. I'm
You'll
with you.
do fine.
I mean,
You've
you
done
guys are
fine so
fucking
far.
Crazy. They're chasing us around the ship.
No.
Look, it's a pretty lady!
No!
Look, it's a pretty lady! I'm also intimidated by pretty ladies, but that's a totally different issue.
Julia!
Leave. Leave.
I gotta fight everybody. I mean, something is fucking with me.
To be mayor, you have to have a certain level of edge to you.
It's true. I don't want to read a map. You can't make me.
Over there.
What's this? Oh no.
That's a painting. That's a painting. Oh no! Don't let that happen! Whatever you do, don't let that happen!
I'm gonna try my best. I can only try.
We need that thing for reasons.
Okay. Operations order, man overboard, ordered full stop and anchor. I received reports of a man overboard. Ensure that all units under your command are notified and prepared to assist in the search and recovery of the casualties.
Also, yeah, we're on the ship.
I don't know. It puts me at ease.
Can't be scared if you're saying it.
Yeah. Let's see. 14th Division Army, to all officers. Captain Ford has ordered that the consumption of alcohol is strictly forbidden during this voyage. Any officer found drunk while on or off duty will face court-martial. Your alcohol rations will be provided to you at a later.
Ease.
Everyone has to stay alert. It's just a cup.
It is just a cup.
Wasn't. Oh.
It's just fucking with me. It's it. I gotta find everybody. Whatever this is, it's just fucking with me. Okay? It's fucking with me.
Okay, Conrad. You're okay.
That's a candlestick.
Give me that.
Conrad with the candlestick in the
Okay.
galley.
Okay.
He's getting ready to do some lifts. Get some reps in there. Gotta work.
Gotta get swole.
Yeah. Just the one arm, though. And everyone's gonna make terrible, terrible jokes about why your one arm is bigger than the other.
This just seems like a wrist exercise. Like, I'm gonna have a really strong wrist. Also, I'm kind of scared that there's gonna be a jump scare. You know? There's definitely gonna be a jump scare after
Gotta
this.
keep that wrist super limber.
Yeah.
These are gamer exercises.
Yeah. I can go the other way. I can go that way. And just, I don't want to leave this because there's going to be something scary. And even though I prepared myself, I'm still going to scream. I'm still going to scream. We all know it.
100% stalling.
We all know it. Look at that dust. Okay. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought.
It is floating.
You know what? Show that candlestick who's boss.
Gotta work on your wrist exercises again. Real talk though, those are kind of like the movements that I had to do when I dislocated my shoulder.
Aww.
Very, very minor.
Yeah, we're just taking care of our body. Nothing wrong with that. That's it.
Are floating candlesticks just a common occurrence for you, Emmy?
Yeah, this is fine. Not scary. Candlestick is in okay. Calm down. I can float on my own.
The alcohol.
Oh, someone was drinking even though they weren't supposed to.
It sounds like everyone on this ship was drinking when they weren't supposed to.
You were supposed to have this, sir. Whose desk is this? I mean, whose office is this? Huh? I found it. Off to the break with you.
Probably not much of a practice what you preach kind of guy.
Bottle, please.
Come on. Come on. That wasn't necessary.
Bottle was
If
just
anybody knew
really
what the hell was
upset,
going on in this
okay?
place,
It just had to go.
I want his hat.
You can be a captain?
Yeah. Captain MayorEmi. Admiral Emmy. Okay. Yeah. They're gonna be jamming this toilet too.
You'll never know.
Oh.
Just a
Yeah,
hole.
I
It's
should
just
really
a
take a look
typical
behind this
bathroom
door,
hole.
shouldn't I should. But should I? Yeah.
That's too many titles, David. That's too many.
If I'm a captain, then I would either captain or admiral. Well, that gets that out of that.
Well, all right.
Yeah, it's fine. There's gonna be something in that hole.
So how do I pry this?
I'm in that hole.
Kaysh.
I put Kaysh in hole. Never man, only Kaysh.
Where do we go?
To be considered whole?
Why would I do that?
I don't know. It seems like a thing that might be suggested by some people.
Can I go back? I don't think I think everything is on.
I don't know if you actually go in the hole.
I think I have to, like, push the
Oh!
door open. What?
Can you take the candlestick?
Oh.
It's got some heft at least. Enough for the door.
Before you walk all the way over to the door and find out that you can't open it.
Yeah.
Considering everyone walks so slowly. You're not allowed to scratch your neck.
I'm the key.
Don't scratch neck.
Lady. Not right now.
Lady says now!
Who is it? Oh, just... Lady, chill out.
No, you will not. Oh! Oh no. Nice. Now is a bad time for a loading screen game. Oh.
I'm gonna die.
Ah! Just throw the chair at her. I can kind of see the resemblance to a young Russell Crowe. I know this actor. And
Ish, not right now.
Sorry.
Look,
Look, you got this. Look, you got this. I'm not worried, because you got this handled. I love the little waddle.
Not worried about her. I'm worried about Conrad hurting himself.
Conrad's fine.
Well, yeah, because I'm doing everything I can.
Yeah, because you're doing great.
What's gonna be next? What's gonna be next? Which button? Which button? Ah! Which button? Oh, I did it.
Right,
Do I keep pressing?
Probably.
Do I keep pressing?
Yep, probably.
Ah! Ah!
You got this! Good job!
Ma'am.
She is persistent. Don't be this lady, y'all. Sorry. I mean, you can if you want. Just, that seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't want to jump from here.
Also, she's falling apart.
Dude, come on! It's me!
We're both
It's
alive!
Brad, my man, I thought you were a hot lady who turned into a not hot lady.
Brad, please hold me.
No hug.
Oh, fuck.
Not the king of the world.
Oh, that was so scary.
You did so good, though. job.
You. I was trying my best. I did it very good. I saved Conrad for now. Oh no.
Also,
He's here!
Shawn Ashmore. Guy who plays Conrad was Iceman in like the early 2000
That's why
X-Men.
That's why he looks familiar.
He was also Lamplighter in The Boys. Which, if you haven't seen The Boys, you should watch The Boys. It's very good. My kind of superhero show. Which means it's horrible and full of awful. And we love it.
What does this mean? Is this when we're over?
Jump!
Making it look so easy.
What I'm doing? I have not seen Invincible. Is that a superhero thing? I genuinely don't watch a lot of, like, superhero stuff.
Usually just like scary stuff or
Get out of the way!
That tracks.
Jesus!
Hey, everyone got through! I assume this is when Alex would get his head bashed in.
Yes.
Whoa! We pulled that up!
We gotta get somewhere safe.
Are we going to get everyone to survive this?
We're doing so good!
This means in the next 10 minutes we're gonna, like, kill everyone.
Yeah, probably could.
Oh, is that it's the Amazon one, isn't it? With the one that got memed a lot recently, within the last couple of years.
We don't know that yet.
Okay, yeah.
Are we good
Because
here?
I'm a monster! And I don't
We're good.
care for
Okay.
survivors. Everyone dies!
I want to know how Brad survived. Like, how did he get through?
Magic.
Those cakes!
They're the cakes!
Oh,
They're those good
hello.
cakes!
I saw.
Things appear to have taken a turn towards the spiritual, wouldn't you say?
Boss, no, come back!
Have you figured out what's going on? How to stop it? How to save the lives of your poor, unfortunate stowaways?
Yeah.
You will, I
Oops.
hope.
That's fine.
Although it seems the ship's previous occupants never managed to. Quite a lot of deaths that night.
Oh, we're doing good.
Let me help you out. Give you a little
With a
hint.
hint?
Yeah. Yeah, he wants to.
I need some help.
Well then, how
okay
can
to
I
ask for
put
help.
this? There may be forces at play here that are more scientific,
Okay.
and even some that are more political, you know? Less
Uh-huh.
supernatural.
That's very helpful.
Perhaps you've started to realize something.
Yeah, I think I have.
What do you think it is?
Everything and
I
everyone
think
may not be quite what they
the
appear
gap,
to be.
the toots.
It's the toots?
It's all the toots.
I hope that
Always
helps.
been the toots.
Well, aren't you excited to find out what your poor unfortunates are making of all this, and
Because
how
when
you
went
might
to the
avoid any
top,
more
that's when she
unnecessary
started to, like,
tragedy?
disintegrate.
Go
Was
on,
when you were in
back
pressure.
to it. Speak
And
soon.
when Brad went in there and it was like super tooty, that's when he started seeing everything like immediately. I'm a life coach. What's that?
You increase the most traits. I have the most relationships.
That's fine. I don't have Butterfingers anymore.
It's true.
Being nice to me. Oh, it's Julia.
Hey, is everything okay?
No.
What are you
I'm
talking
so
about?
happy to see Brad okay.
Back in the cargo hold. You know, you ran out screaming your head off. What?
So,
Are you okay?
that person in the robes was Brad.
Perfect.
Oh!
What the fuck is
Please
because
don't stab
I gotta
me.
be honest,
That's
it feels
what we
like there's
saw.
some like
Yeah.
like evil,
Was
like
Fliss
literal
being
evil
stabbed?
going on down
Mhm.
there.
Let's just stay calm
No, Fliss had it.
and relatively sane about
I picked
this.
one up.
Okay?
The stuff I saw, it's like there were these old soldiers. They were bodies. They were dead, but then they came alive.
But
And
yeah, there was the tie-in because we saw
Doesn't sound that
Brad
crazy
like run
right
down the
about
stairs,
now.
but then they
I saw
collapsed
something.
and he fell down and
This,
panicked. He was like, "Oh
this
no!"
old lady. I mean, she
But
was
when Fliss was in
batshit
the room, we
crazy,
saw
like
like
dinosaur
some
old.
stairs or
Not
something
that that's
fall
a bad
down.
thing, but
so
she
you could
just
see
like
who it
up and
was.
vanished on me.
There were
Alex
hints.
wasn't the only Alex.
What are you talking about?
I was like, this
There were
kind of looks familiar,
things
but I thought
walking
they were just,
around
like,
with his
reusing
face on them.
assets or something.
Alex's
Nope.
face.
They wouldn't do that.
It was horrifying.
It's probably just your mind's way of
Sure,
telling you
Chad.
that I'm smothering you or something.
I know what I saw, Alex.
No slouching.
Let's time out, okay? This place is too fucked up to just be fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, something is going on here. So what do we know for sure that we can all agree on?
Where's the gold?
Did you see the gold? Anything?
There's no
Might be
gold
time to
in
accept
this
there's
ship.
no gold here. Would have seen it by now.
And the mystery continues.
There's no gold in that ship. What happened on this ship? We kind of know where the crew is.
This place.
Yeah.
No idea.
They're still here. This place is weird.
This whole place reeks of weird. Dirty, stinky, weird.
That's the mold.
And I don't like it.
Yep.
Nothing feels right here.
I mean, it's also pretty tooty.
Do I still have to?
What happened to everybody on this
Giving
ship?
me repeat
Where did they all
questions
go?
at this point.
This all feels more like a mausoleum than a ship.
So where did all the corpses come from?
They actually look like
crew?
they've been scared to death.
We know more than we did before. That's something at least.
We're wasting time. Whatever we do, we have to do it now.
Time to get off this ship.
We're not going anywhere without the distributor cap.
I think this is
The
the
Duke
final
needs it
act.
to run.
Also,
Hold on. This ship's gotta have a radio.
I think
If we
they're
can
usually
find
done
it
in
and
3
use
parts.
it,
And that was
That's
that
great,
was part
but
2.
do you think it still works?
just need to find a way up there.
I'm scared. Oh, it still works. How does it still work?
Right? Surprisingly. Oh, and Johnny.
Oh no.
You're gonna find out.
So scared.
You got this.
Oh no, I'm Alex.
You gotta get off
Was
this
there
damn
something
ship.
in there? Fuck. Wait.
No
Hold on.
shit.
Find out.
I think we're, speaking clinically, totally effed.
So, pee. Get more water.
Brad says we're totally F.
Well, did he actually say F or did he fuck?
He said F.
Fucking nerd.
A shell.
I know it sounds crazy, but maybe it was these guns that took down the plane from our dive.
Thank you, Freya. I'm gonna try my best. Yeah, it really is. But that, I think those are the bullets that were shooting at the airplane we found underwater. What's this? Oh, they also shot the lifeboat.
Great.
That's
Could have used these if they weren't Swiss cheesed.
maybe we could plug up the hole. It would take some time, but if we were desperate, that's an option. What's over here? Anything? Maybe there's something. Huh. Okay.
Find a way up?
Sadly, no, but I'll keep my eyes open.
Anything over here? Over here. What's this? Ah!
Oh, man.
What's this? Why are you hiding in there? Gas mask instructions. Always ensure your mask is fitted before assisting anyone else with theirs. If you detect gas or hear the gas alarm, do not panic. Remain calm and clearly shout, "Gas, gas, gas!" Toot, toot, toot. Warn anyone in the vicinity. Is that what you do before you toot? I don't know. Hold your breath. Attach the gas mask carrier by replacing the bag under your left arm. Pull the shoulder sling over your right shoulder and hook it onto the bag. Hook the belt around your waist. Toot, toot, toot. Toot, toot, toot. Remove your helmet. Hold the gas mask to your face with both hands. Put your chin inside the mask first. Then pull the mask over your face and the harness straps over your head. Remove any potential trapped gas. Close the outlet valve and breathe out sharply. Then push any remaining air out of the mask with your hands. Check for leaks by tightening and squeezing the flexible corrugated hose with your hand and inhaling. The mask should crumple around your face. If the mask does not crumple, there may be a leak. Readjust the mask to ensure it is snug, then repeat the process above until the mask crumples to ensure there are no leaks. Now we know! Gas, gas, gas. I'm going to step on the gas. Okay.
Did you die?
We found a note about gas masks, and I made a toot joke. Toot toot. Can I think in this game you can't really talk to people.
No, not at all. I think a majority of the game, you can pretty much keep the characters like completely separated.
A little help over here.
Whereas, like, until Dawn, it basically relied on your relationships with
I think
people.
this is our way up. Give me a lift.
He just vanished for a second. It's fine.
This is fine.
It's just a legs.
You're gonna be a quick time.
I'll pull you up.
Okay. Going up. Are we all going up here?
I think I saw somebody up there already. Thank you for the bubble, Travis.
He just appeared. It was scary. Okay, if they're going that way, I'm going.
Not one to follow the herd.
Not.
Forging your own path.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Your path kind of looks broken.
Our path
it's broken.
Uh-huh. 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 Hello. What you doing?
Staring in the window. It's such a scary angle.
Oh no! Our table! It's broken!
I hear that. Very good. Very good.
Hi, Allie.
How was your nap?
Over here.
Should I have checked something?
Got a way through here.
I think I found the important thing. Had to concentrate.
Good naps are good. Real hard about it.
I did.
Consider. Game, please.
What's down here? Yes. I like how he's like walking on his tippy toes.
Sometimes you know how to. Just sneak around. Book. Unrendered book.
Logbook. The book about logs.
Love logs.
Okay.
Better than bad, it's good!
Sea going down, the fog.
Don't worry about it. It's just a ghost.
Increasing head? What? Oh my.
Last log shows him caught in a storm.
Spell from the... Okay.
From the wheat?
From the wheat?
I think he's supposed to say weather.
Weather continues to deteriorate as this forecast through bearing up, wind at storm force, gaining strength. Weather is exceptional with several lightning strikes hitting OM but causing no sustained damage. We are leaking some water, but it's under control. Navigator port C bed depth readable.
Def a watercolor.
I didn't mean to go back. I keep doing that. Yeah, it is a watercolor. Okay, that's it. Oh. Let's see.
Glad we're not watching your arms wiggle around everywhere again.
Oh, I miss it.
I don't.
I liked the noodle arm. It's my superpower. Oh no.
Find a radio yet?
Is that a painting?
No, but there's gotta be a radio.
Yes, it is. Oh!
Confident about our chances of survival.
That wasn't great.
Welcome back, Morgan. Ah! Not the arm newt.
Okay, I'm supposed to go there, so I'm gonna try this door over here. It's probably going to be jammed.
Notable boy.
What's in here? Let me in. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Too much jam.
Far too much jam.
I keep getting scared.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man! Yes, that exactly, Stars.
It was great.
Not allowed.
Oh no, we went off
Something's
course.
wrong here. If you were headed to San Francisco, you'd be crazy to take this route.
It's almost like they didn't want anyone to know they were coming.
Like hide and seek out in the ocean?
I just wanted to go to Brazil. Let's see.
What this?
Empty notes. Oh.
Ship was blown off course. Cloud cover
It's
was
just
bad.
upside down.
Heavy
They couldn't
storm,
establish a position.
blown off course.
I like how you're reading it sideways.
This is well, wait, I want to read it sideways again. There we go. Report of hold, 2 flooded, excessive lightning strikes. Adrift in shallow waters, location unknown. Seabed depth believed uncharted, unable to establish depth. Search for crew member overboard commenced. Search called off, he's dead. Heavy cloud cover, as of yet, unable to establish location. Good read.
I'd give it a 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
Slightly above average.
It was better than the watercolor.
Hey.
Oh!
Maybe the radio's still working.
I want his uniform. Give me.
Sir, I want to be a sailor.
I want to be a sailor.
Yeah, that's gross. Looks like
You're
this poor
gross.
sucker bit it right in the middle of his message.
Please.
Mayday call broadcast. Radio contact intermittent. Attempted Morse SOS. Beep 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 beep. Mini crew dead.
He spent too much time actually yelling at the machine instead of actually typing in the
That's
SOS.
true. And writing the message about the SOS.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Take a look.
Take a look. Read a book.
No freaking way. This thing actually still works?
Look, radio science hasn't changed much in 70 years. As long as there's power.
I'll give it a whirl.
Give it a whirl.
A whirl? Like that, you missing?
Ah, it's working.
I just had to turn it on. Oh, I saw it. Am I supposed to turn it more?
It's a number station.
Rudy's the Morse code expert, apparently. Rudy, are you streaming tonight?
Military bandit.
I need to know.
Let's ask them for help.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, is anyone out there hearing this? Hello? Holy shit, we got him.
Okay.
If you can hear us, we're on a ship, an old freighter. Our coordinates are approximately 12 degrees 30 minutes south, 151 degrees 20 minutes west. Please get here now. We need help.
This is how you tell people where you are. Looking at you until dawn, Emily.
We're on this like old freighter. We think the name of it is the Medan.
I don't know how we figured that out.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone out there? Please come in.
I would assume.
I think we did that good.
I think you did that good too.
Also, Brad's glasses look like sunglasses.
Yo,
It really scared me.
check it out.
Like, who are you? Who is this person? Don't wear sunglasses indoors. Not cool. Oh no, I'm gonna have to do a thing.
Yeah, you are.
This has got to lead somewhere.
Also, I'm scared to watch you,
Maybe we can
because
find
what
a
if
way to get the
I
power back.
unlock the Weevil voice
We need
again?
to get that radio working.
I think someone
Again?
should wait here
Yeah.
in case a message comes
It
through.
happened once and it was
I gotta
horrible.
be honest. I don't think
And
I'm
then
gonna
it's
make
been
it
locked
down there
away
in my
since.
shape.
I'll
But what if it comes back?
Obviously.
I can do this.
That'd be great.
I should be
No, no, Emmy.
Bro.
No, it wouldn't.
I'm thinking you might deserve
Are
a
you
promotion.
scared you'll get stuck like that?
I am scared of the terror that it
What are
will
you talking
bring.
about?
It's
Step up to
too
the
much
plate.
power.
Will you build
Put
an
yourself right in the
insect
line of
deck
fire.
Probably.
Kind of
and
mixing
throw
metaphors
people's
there.
cards
Not
into
if the
water?
pictures are
Hell
machine
yeah.
gun. I'm impressed. Seriously.
Aw, bro moment.
So what do you think?
Hey, if you're sure you're up for it, I believe you got it, bro.
I'm coming too.
Hey, what? Julia, no.
You're not always gonna be there to protect, big guy. We can handle this. Trust
That's
me.
what Birdie said.
Whoa.
Thank you for the translation.
Julia
I
says
understand
she
it
can handle
perfectly
it.
now.
She can handle it. Case closed.
Okay, Julia. See you
Oh
in
no, what's happening?
Everyone's hopping into the hole.
Don't put me.
They're not just putting man in hole. They're putting everybody in hole. There was no quick time. You're okay.
I thought I did it bad. Everyone was screaming. It's my turn again. No.
This is fine.
I can still see the mark from you, like, caressing. The curator.
Oh no! It will be there forever to remind you that the
Everything still work?
Everyone
okay?
Like how it looks like there's a heart on his glasses. Not anymore.
We're okay.
But it was there for a second.
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna have to find the generator. If we can get it started, we can power up the radio.
Okay, we'll wait here by the radio.
Lamia eating food.
Oh.
She just makes weird noises
She's
when she eats food.
snarfing.
Yeah.
Oh no. Maybe we shouldn't have fire if there's gas.
Hey.
Not all gas is flammable.
Yeah, but what if it is?
Well, there's one way to find out.
After you.
Okay. I'm brave.
Guessing these are the lower levels of the ship.
Sick bay.
Oh, I don't like it here. My shadow scared me. What's in here?
It's that.
Oh, it's a thing!
Yeah.
How did it open?
Looks like it broke.
What's this? Medical officers report. Minutes of meeting between scientists X, CWO Walter Bishop, and CWO Tom Palmer with Sergeant Scientist X. with Sergeant Peter and Peterwood observing, and N, X for meeting with our team, and says we can mutually learn.
Allie, please.
What?
It's what you call your cool significant other. Your sick bae.
Very good. For the same thing, the Western world must be protected from the United States. True.
Facts.
Has been aware of the certain agencies investigating the chemical and biological agents of warfare, in warfare. Our act, limited by the Geneva Protocol, have experiments we are unable to. Excuse me. Fine, I'll read it like this. If that's what you want, game. Describes an investigation during the test the effects on human subjects of the molecule crystal structure hallucinogen. Codename
Manchurian gold.
Thank you. Chemical munitions battle. It was relatively minor. Observed to trigger significant hallucinations. Men. Highly convincing. Subjects seeing and hearing things that really were not there.
Sorry, observed to trigger significant hallucinations. Men.
Even. The danger was manifold and in its intensity. Look at how good I read.
You did good.
Like, you can barely, like, Jesus, the paper is very good.
Men aren't real. They can't hurt you.
I made it disappear for a second.
Oh, jeez.
I'm doing magic. Magic!
Men are significant hallucinations. Facts, though.
Men aren't real.
Some sort of altercation.
Thank you. Now you know. Now everyone knows how to say raspberry in Morse code.
Beep 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 beep. That's how.
Exactly. Exactly that.
I knew that already.
Well, everyone else knows how to say raspberry in Morse code now, Fruity.
In that private, Charles Anderson, on leave from duty, did display intoxication in a manner not becoming of a member of the U.S. Army. Private Anderson was engaging with another soldier in a drunken argument. It is the opinion of the arresting officer that this would lead to a public brawl, and steps were taken to ensure that both men were returned to their ship.
10 days in the brig. Wow.
This is what we saw before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Must
was
have
in
really blown
the
his lid to get that kind of attack.
How's that paper okay?
It's not. Go get food stars.
You and
Thanks for the lurk, friend.
Oh no, please don't trap me in here. I have flashbacks of when you're playing House of Ashes.
Oh god. Jason, let me out! Jason!
Yeah, this is what we read before at the very beginning.
You just wanted to drop Salim in there, which I get. Man's good.
Yeah.
Lock that shit down when you find it, but they didn't mean it like this.
What are you talking about?
Not so literally, buddy.
In any other circumstance, this place would be the coolest place to explore. Like ever.
I'm gonna say no, not at all.
Says the girl who couldn't wait to dive a wreck.
Shut up.
Yeah, this is what happens when you eat too fast, llama.
Oh, Jesus.
Is it on the body? Is it on the man?
It is. Llama?
You got gunk on your face.
John Patterson, mild necrosis, result of his own misconduct. Severe distress consistent with evidence of panic I observed in the same soldier during his watch duty earlier this week. Requested Patterson see me today, as I believe his panic to be accompanied by vivid and disturbing memories. In the past, he has managed to continue his duties as symptoms appear to alleviate after his guard shift. He claims these symptoms are very unusual for him. Private Patterson is a fit and healthy young man of 25 years with no known medical condition, an exemplary military career. He was able to calm down during the course of our meeting and test for speech, reactions, memory, and decision making. All appear normal. Clear case of COSR. What's that?
Good question. Also, thank you for the bubble, Morgan.
Yeah, what is that? My boy! My boy! My son.
Might have been the son of somebody on board.
Oh, yeah. My son.
If it's... I looked up what does COSR stand for, and there are 4 suggestions, and the very first one is a Yu-Gi-Oh card!
That's kind of creepy. That's a little bit creepy.
It's for card of safe return. Otherwise, it is combat and operational stress reactions.
Oh. Like it knew we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh. Everyone's talking about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Honestly.
Always impressed. Yeah, they're talking about the card.
Clearly.
What's down here? Excuse me. Excuse me.
Gotta drop down. Gotta drop down.
Check this out. Look.
Time to drop down.
Down there.
Oh. That lantern wasn't even lit.
Looks like the engine.
That lantern's not lit.
Right?
Oh, it is now. Okay.
The ladder's broken off here.
Prettiest thing that I've seen today.
I think I can just...
Wait!
Hold on a second.
Okay. Pause it.
How are we gonna do this if there's 2 of us?
We both do drawing?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
You want to start or should I?
You can start. It's your channel.
Can I see my friends?
Yeah.
How do you draw friends? Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all are gonna be lumpy. Oh god! This is fine. This is fine. You don't have bangs anymore. What am I doing?
Okay.
I just know Emmy with bangs.
Yeah.
Always.
You got the long hair now.
Your head is lumpy. I'm sorry.
Okay. It does that sometimes.
Sometimes heads be lumpy.
Hmm.
This is fine. I just feel it like this. And then... But then...
Hate it when it does that.
Right? I don't want the stupid little line here. Just fill in. Just fill in. Please. Why is this so difficult? To let go every once in a while so I don't have to backtrack as much if I fuck up.
I do that all the time when drawing.
All the time. All of the time. Oh no.
But then sometimes it makes my lines look weird.
Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong color.
I was gonna draw you.
Oh, well then I'll stop drawing you then. just do this. You look a little grumpy. I've made you look grumpy. Why did I make you look grumpy?
It's okay. Your face was horrifying as you were erasing it.
That's just my face. That's what my face do. Well, let's do. Oh. No. Oh God, lumpy.
It's okay.
Also, like stretched out.
Yeah.
Which is making this even more difficult. That's okay. I don't like your mouth.
Oh.
I gotta fix it.
Rude.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I drew your mouth dumb. No! Hand.
Here.
Fill these in a little bit. You don't have to have weird white eyes. That somehow made it more terrifying.
Just staring into the void. It's okay. It's normal. It's an accurate depiction of me.
Honestly. I can't draw box right now. You do a thing. We'll just keep adding to it.
Okay.
You can scoot closer if
I'm
you need to.
I'm gonna do a scoot closer.
Just do a scooch.
Okay. Now time for Kaysh. Oops. Oops.
This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, you're also not used to my mouse, are you?
Mm-mm.
This is fine.
I probably should have started with the color, but you know.
I'm sorry I've made you a lump.
I don't know. I kind of made you a box.
That's fine. I'm pretty boxy sometimes. Two best friends. Being lumpy and boxy together.
Give me that. How do I erase?
Tools?
There.
Here you are trying to make it all fancy and nice, and I'm just over here scribbling everywhere, being like, yeah, that's fine.
Just erasing the one thing. Oh!
My eye has to go everywhere, obviously.
Oh. Trying to like make it complementary to the style.
I mean, do whatever.
Now do your piercing.
Travis, if you want, just for you, if you redeem a drawing one, I can limit it to specific colors and no erasing. If that's what you want. It's my glasses. Yeah, everyone knows that I have a monocle all the time, right?
Don't make me laugh, I'm drawing.
No, you're putting monocles on my face. Obs. Sometimes I can be fancy fruity. Don't act surprised.
I don't know if I should do. Oh. You're just gonna have a really long. Oh.
Sometimes you have to have a long bridge. It's fine. Looks great.
Yay. I want to do the thing. Yeah. I think I might just leave it like that. The outline kind of. Oops, wait. I missed the spot.
Just the
That sounds great.
Yeah, it does.
Wait, why are you showing up like that? Be pink.
Pink.
Be pink. What's happening? What's happening?
Is that not pink?
It looks white.
I think it's pink.
I think there's like a weird outline around your glasses. It's fine.
Yeah, probably. Allie, were you a little excited at the prospect of scones and fancy sandwiches?
I want some.
Dang.
Where can we grab those?
Stupid hair that I have to not stay down.
Yeah, I gotta draw it. Hee hee.
Plaything.
And I also gotta do this. Oops, that's purple.
It's all purple.
I don't know where to put her.
You put llama?
Yeah.
I was gonna draw llama too.
Here,
Do it.
here.
Dude, do it. Draw the llama.
And then she's got
I was gonna attempt a picture of David, and I was like, I'm going to butcher you, and I'm so sorry. Just know that the thought was there.
David's pretty too.
So silly now.
Spooky scary. Hi Bono.
Hi Bono. The lasagna eyes. The lasagna eyes. Their little curly ears. I didn't know where she was for a minute. Also, yeah, Emmy's here.
Hi.
It's a co-stream. That's great.
I'm doing a drawing with Kaysh. But I'm the one drawing right now. Make her nose gray. I don't know why it's round. I don't know what shape it is.
This is a very squished triangle.
I'll give her. Oh, I guess not. It disappeared. Her little noodle arms. Yeah.
Stick them out because you're holding her?
Yep. I gotta draw her little feet. And her little tail.
Stump.
And then
heart belly.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Kind of horrifying.
The nose threw me off, I think, was the big thing there. Oh boy. I can hear her weeping under the table.
Aww. And doesn't she have like a little
tiny spot?
Yeah.
Perfect. I haven't seen Lily, but
Minnie. She's a poof. She's giant. That's basically her. Aw, thank you, Bono. Aww.
Oh, she's a little lopsided. That's okay.
It's okay. It happens.
I also don't remember how her spots are, but I know she has them.
Yeah, it's all good. She's a cow cat. I always have to look at pictures of her to remember, honestly. Mommy is a lot easier to draw.
She's just a black blob! Mommy is just a blob!
Cute. And she has a beard.
What?
Cute.
Green eyes?
She does. She has avocado eyes. Oh, Sydney. Cute. That's all she says.
Please.
Oh, cute. Very good.
Heart. Very lopsided.
I love them.
Squiggly hearts.
It's us.
It's us! Ugh. I could scoot closer, but that sounds too easy.
Whatever.
Friends.
Cute. We did it.
We did it.
Now back to the scary.
Let me post this real fast before I forget, because I will.
Don't forget.
I'm gonna forget. Rams.
Very cute.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm playing.
You are playing. Good. I'm glad that this satisfies the redeem. I like the drawing redeem, honestly. Doesn't get done nearly enough.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All good. Just come down.
But yeah, it's posted in it is posted in the server. If you want to look at it more. Welcome back, Freya.
Back. Gary!
Oh, what's up? That it was. Did you see it?
I'm sorry.
Hello. Okay. Okay. So I'm seeing things.
It wasn't even
You're
this.
not.
Yeah,
It
I
was
think
you
we're all going
yelling
crazy.
and
I think it might be
freaking
from
me
that
out.
fog.
Why would the fog make us go crazy?
You see while I
That
just
fog.
drown.
It's fucking with our heads. Maybe that's what happened here in the first place. Why there's nobody left on the ship?
This couldn't have anything to do with the plane wreck we dived.
Awful.
Okay, so the plane was a search and rescue. They came out here because the people on this ship sent a distress signal. We know that. But I guess at that point, the fog had done its damage. And for whatever reason, they shot the plane down. I mean, who knows what the hell they were thinking or thought they saw?
Oh, God. All right, let's get going.
I like how Julia's like, yeah, okay, fine, let's go.
Yeah, right? Oh no. No. What's this? This? Oh.
It's obviously the Van Linden engine works. Obviously.
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 Manchurian gold.
I'm just gonna cycle between the two.
Yep.
You know what I miss right now?
I don't
Dry
care.
clothes.
Yeah.
It means Manchurian gold.
I feel like I should be able to look at this.
It's not important. We don't care about that pipe. That pipe don't matter.
Oh my god.
I like how everything's flashing.
Yeah, every single thing.
Like it's all like rendering in at the last second.
It's hard to know what is a thing I can look at and what is just the game freaking out.
Also, we just had an art redeem. It's fine. You didn't miss much.
All the flashy things. Where am I going?
Away.
Where is it taking me?
Away.
Looks like I had sunglasses. Oh, there's a thing.
Hey, I found it!
I found something.
God.
Flip
And it's
all the
working.
switches. Do it with reckless abandon.
Yeah, this is it, all right. Just throw the switch and let's get back upstairs.
Pull the lever, Brad!
Let's get back upstairs.
Ow.
There's gotta be another way up.
We lost power, but we have it back. Can you hear me? Over. help now. There are things on the ship that are trying to hurt us. Over.
I forgot to take a picture. Oh, well. That's okay. Hey, they confirmed your location, though.
Good job. We did it good. Oh! Lantern, calm down. Don't go through me, please. Maybe I go through here? Here. Nothing?
Look at this.
The
More
rebreather.
pictures.
Ah!
The fisherman must have
The
brought it over
lantern's
from
just
Duke of
really
Milan.
excited about
You
everything.
think it still works?
Looks like it's got a little juice left. Maybe a couple of minutes. Should we bring it with us? I mean, it's heavy.
It's just gonna slow us down.
Are you crazy? Half the ship is submerged. Could be a lifesaver.
Yeah, I'll take. We can just drop it if we don't want it.
No. Or breathing thing.
Je t'en prie.
Oh no.
Non.
Sledgehammer to the head.
Fermez, sale menteur.
Olsen wants that glittery shirt. This has nothing to do with the Manchurian roll anymore. It's about that sparkly shirt.
Écoute. Écoute-moi. Non. Fais pas
I'm
ça.
so sorry.
You're. Oh!
Rip Danny.
Oh, fuck.
Julia, shut the fuck up.
Danny was rooting.
I mean, yeah, he was, but... Only if you want 2 stars?
There it is.
Goodbye, Danny. Oh, yeah, there's the engine cap. Get it!
He's smelling too many foods. This is what happened.
This is why we don't sit here and sniff the toots, y'all.
Maintenant, c'est moi qui viens me chercher. Les esprits des morts viennent me chercher. Je vous attends.
Good job. I do like that. That flashed them. I do like that in this one, the heartbeats have varying speeds. Because I think in the later ones, they like for the duration of the heartbeat, it's just the same rhythm the whole time, which like is also kind of nice. But I like the variation because otherwise it's just.
Did he take the thing?
Wait.
The cap?
Yeah.
Possibly. I didn't see. Yeah. Which voice mod do you want, stars? No, Lobster Man is banned. I'm sorry.
We've got to split.
Try not to interrupt what Emmy is doing.
Okay, I can pause it.
Sorry. Do I have anything that's equivalent to Lobster Man? We've got Crazy Clown. There's this one. This one? You want this one? I'm gonna keep talking so you can hear it. That's scary. That's an option. Otherwise...
I've got evil AI. Evil AI. If you don't have a specific one aside from Lobster Man, I can do a random.
Y'all are monsters and love Lobster Man. No Lobster Man. Lobster Man is banned. I'm sorry.
There is the Lobster Band. We had a very good Lobster Man moment on birthday stream.
It's true.
So I can't complain.
Okay. I'll try try and do something that is not baby. I'll roll random, and then if it's baby, we'll roll random again. We got Evolve. Evolver. Does this sound fine? Are we good with this one? Because if you're cool with it, I'm gonna hit the timer. We sound musical! Alright. Musical time. Timer is started.
I'm gonna run for my life. Oh no, Julie's gonna die. I made a bad choice. I made a bad choice. She's really far behind. Oh.
You got this. Also, if you want to hear Lobster Man, you can go back to the VOD.
Yeah.
The one on April 2nd.
Okay, I'm scared.
This is fine. You're gonna do great. You're gonna get that Manchurian gold.
I don't want the gold. Get out of here.
It's mine to get.
Oh, I have to keep calm.
Manchurian gold. Those are quick. Oh god. Oh.
I'm scared.
You got this. You got this. You're doing great. Oh no! You left the rebreather.
Shit.
This is fine. Just don't go underwater. This is horrible.
Oh. Quick time, quick time.
Please tell me we're safe.
I don't think you're safe. I don't think you're safe.
Use a sledgehammer.
I mean, these doors were meant to withstand all sorts of...
Keep going, please. Please keep going. Don't just stand there.
Right, y'all need to go.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream.
No going underwater.
Shit.
Okay. None of you move. None of you go all change.
Junior, please.
Turn around. Slow. Real slow. Okay.
I'm still holding the controller near my face.
None of that. Raise your hands up. Slow. No, not like that. I said no changing.
Just put the gun down. Nobody has to get hurt.
You think I wanted to hurt anybody? I didn't get a choice in this, did I? It's in you too, isn't it? Isn't it now? But again, it's all good changing on me.
What's changing?
Stay away. Stay back from the mist.
What? There's no mist, man.
Don't breathe it. Don't breathe the mist.
Why can't we breathe the mist? What does it do?
It's life.
It's toots. You don't want to breathe in somebody else's farts. You weirdo. Not to yuck on someone's yum, but we're not here to breathe in farts.
Stop. Just stop it.
Put the gun down now.
I like how she wasn't even looking at him.
Why are you telling me what to do? Yeah, you breathed in the mist. It's happening. I can feel it.
Okay, all right, look, there was, something back there. Maybe a mist or fog, maybe?
Or
I told you.
farts.
Did you breathe it in?
Have you considered its flatulence?
No, look, we held our breath. We did not...
A little bit of butt burps.
This is so intense. I can barely even think.
Nearly because you didn't laugh at butt burps.
I didn't.
You've been holding your breath this whole time. You're holding your breath right now. Oh God.
Oh no.
I got the mist in me, don't I?
He's got the mist. He's got a case of the mist. Look, better him than you.
Yeah.
On the inside.
No.
He did fake
man. There's no mist.
Stop! Stop lying!
Oh god.
You can all see it in me, can't you?
Oh, it's
You're
over.
just lying.
Hello.
Is this inside?
Clean vocals, John. Thank you for that, stars.
Oh, my flashlight.
Hey, man, come on. Just put the...
Yikes.
Well.
Oh, fucking shit.
Now you have a pistol.
Oh. That was intense.
But now you have a pistol. Look on the bright side.
Just reach through his leg.
Glad you liked it. It was a Volver. You can remember it for next time if you liked it.
Really?
So much.
I want to go back and hear what it sounded like.
I'm celebrating.
Yeah. Listen, we're gonna survive now. It's my turn again. Edgy Emmy. What do you know? Oops, all edgy me.
Like POV, you get mugged by the band. Hello, goodbye.
Beautiful.
Here for it.
What a moment.
Wait by the radio. Why? I'm gonna check the next level. There might be some more gear down there we can use. I'm not going far. Just wait by the radio.
I'm gonna hang back here as well.
What am I doing?
Things.
Oh fuck, not again.
That one wasn't that bad.
You're... Yeah, it was.
It wasn't that bad.
I think it like vibrated slightly when I nearly missed it
Oh.
too.
Just stay by the
So I
radio.
nearly just
Don't run
killed
on me.
over.
No one's gotten eaten yet.
I saw the big guy.
We did
He had the
gain a
distributor
pistol.
cap.
Normal and not dubious means. There's a curator back there.
Curator, don't scare me. You can watch. You don't have to be weird about it.
No, he's gonna watch. He likes to watch.
Confirmed. Curator likes to watch.
He also knows if he gets too close, his cakes are gonna be in danger, so.
Oh, that's true. Gotta look out for those cakes. Oh.
This must have been what we just heard.
Parrying the heart. I'm not good at parrying.
Oh no, what's that?
I don't know how to
Doesn't
parry.
matter. We need that distributor cap. Here! He had to have come this way.
Oh, Freya.
Holy crap. Look at that shit. There he is.
Come back here.
Can we be a little more careful about chasing the man with the sledgehammer?
Sure.
No.
Don't fuck this up. Good job. Good job. Good job!
I did it!
Oh, boy. There's something here.
No. No, there's not. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it.
Good. We don't need him flailing a sledgehammer around anymore. Honestly.
So stinky.
He's just belching.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make this jump, Alex.
I
Find
believe
another way
you.
around.
Clearly, the ease and quickness with which you were just like, yes.
I mean, that looks like a pretty big burp.
He did eat the farts, though.
Yeah.
Just chomp chomp the toots.
Is this where he went?
I don't know. He's too busy thinking about eating farts. He's incredibly distracted.
I'm trying to find him.
How does one eat a fart?
Excuse me. Excuse me. This isn't where he went.
That's not Manchurian gold, man.
Of course, but they will restrict your moment around the plant, so it may prove difficult to look for Jones. Your primary objective is clear, but your secondary... Okay, I can't play around with it. But your secondary objective, when you reach your destination, is to locate Jones and his men and get them back home. You must be vigilant and very concerned with your personal safety at all times. Your country is behind you. Harold Tom Walter, military intelligence has indicated that Sergeant Jones and 5 of his platoon have gone missing during a reconnaissance mission at the water purification plant. Our men in the field have been unable to make contact, and the situation there is grave. It is not known if they have been captured or if they are alive, only that their last known position was approaching the plant, and then they went down. The plant has high security. Oh, okay.
We kind of read that backwards, but
It's
that's
fine.
fine.
Get out of here.
If I'm eating it with a knife and fork to be civilized, do I have to wear my monocle while I do it?
Yes, you have to. It's required.
Jesus, those rats got busy.
They're hungry.
I mean, for sure, but wow, they found him fast.
Excuse me.
I like the little naked ears. They're not quite big enough to be
Look at
rats,
that.
though.
Sometimes you just get lucky.
Give me that.
Rats are modeled a little funny, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Don't get bit, don't get bit, don't get bit, don't get bit, don't get bit. Are you just gonna pick up the rat?
Do I have any, I don't have any other choice. I have to do it. Set it down. Alex!
Ah!
Fuck!
Oh no!
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 I pressed it. I was too late. No! I didn't expect there to be a second one.
Oh no, is Alex gonna get fucked? Bro, get on the table. Get on the table. Excuse you. Stab him! Oh no.
What? Who are you?
I hadn't seen this one before. Also, yeah, it was the engine thing that we needed.
Please don't do that anymore. I'm so scared.
Oh no, what happened?
No, it's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. No.
Are you not gonna stab anyone?
Nope.
Hey, it's okay.
Holy shit!
Oh my god, Fliss.
I hadn't seen this scene before. That was incredibly exciting.
Oh my god.
I'd have stabbed the monster in a
Exciting
heartbeat.
for you.
Recap. It's out of the picture.
But we
Guess it's time
called.
for a new plan.
We called the thing.
I'd have fucking murdered Fliss.
You really would have.
Oh,
You were telling me to do a stab. And
I was telling you to do a stab. I'm sorry, I panicked. It was unfamiliar territory. Stab first, ask questions later.
I mean, ordinarily, yes, but there's a lot of toots in here, and it's missing with our head.
Toots. You're right. You're right. I know that, and I was still like, you gotta stab him. It was so scary.
We did it good?
Everyone's here, it's fine.
Everyone's alive? Did we just save everyone?
I think so?
Let me see. Duke of Milan? No engine. Guess that's pretty much the end of it.
Best I can figure out. We got a couple
But the
days.
people on the radio got our
Maybe more if we
position.
can collect some rainwater.
You know, I was hoping to die with a little more style.
What, head wiggle? Whoa!
Ship? Excuse me?
That fucker that took our boat, he thought there was gold. He wanted the gold. That's all this was about.
Correct, Alex.
Manchurian gold.
What if we have
Well,
it
that turned out to be quite a bit different than we expected.
What if the rescue people don't find
You know,
us?
just
What
keep
if
going
they
over it,
needed the
over it,
boat to, like, find our thing?
And it doesn't make any sense, you know?
Like, find out where we are.
And I know what I saw. I just don't believe in whatever it was that I saw.
I saw Alex. And it wasn't Alex, it was someone else. But they looked just like Alex, and he was sneering at me.
He didn't look just like Alex.
Fucking rich.
Do you not know what Alex looks like?
She's never actually directly looked at him.
Did we all die? What's happening?
Did we
We all died because of one button with a rat? No. No, they're gonna make us watch a couple credits and then we're gonna be saved. Now don't bring up the cave-in.
All
Congratulations.
your charges are still breathing.
Yeah,
That's something, I suppose.
Don't judge me, curator. I can't
Things
take
became
it.
a little intense, but Alex kept his nerve. Well done,
It
Alex.
was a rat
well
catastrophe.
done, you.
No, it's okay. We don't
And
know
the
yet.
distributor cap? Boom.
Shut up.
Unfortunate.
Don't you smile at me, smugly.
It's all about decisions, isn't it? Decisions made in a hurry.
Yeah,
in
because
a
I missed
panic,
one
made with the
button
heart instead of the
on a
head,
rat.
Or vice versa.
Are you serious?
Sometimes those decisions take a long time to have repercussions.
Or very quick when a rat bites you twice.
There are always repercussions.
Rat percussions. What is happening?
I'm dying.
What is happening? We saved everyone.
Till we meet again.
No, don't
maybe
go.
in Little Hope, maybe somewhere else.
There's more.
Hey, Little Hope.
But be certain,
There's more.
we will meet again.
Oh my god.
Don't leave.
Inevitable.
Don't leave. No.
Won't you spare me over till another year? 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 Won't you spare me over till another year?
Really, right?
Did the rat really just like strand all of them? No, but they got our signal.
Won't you spare me over till another year?
I'm scared that if we skip, that it'll like skip a potential cutscene at the end too. So we'll just let them go for a minute. Oh my god, we were doing
Everybody's
so
looking, trying to find a way out. See them seeing every day what this world's all about. You're realizing that it's hard. You're trying to pick the right path.
Have you ever saved everyone?
Streets inside the neighborhood mass. Bearing
don't.
scars of the
Have you, like,
past.
filled
They
up
keep
these
trying to escape destiny
I don't
within their
remember.
eyes.
I
These are the
think-
seasons of
Spaghetti,
our fate.
not with the
All
Rad
these
Jam
numbers
right
of our
now.
lives. They got us living every day.
No.
We're in search of that gate. Pray.
Yeah, I think I don't remember for this one, honestly. I have either saved everyone or I've managed to save everyone except for maybe like Brad.
Brad seems like a mess.
Oh, 100%. He just gets fucked.
Lo and behold, the pale horse and the rider who decides to
Even
be
if
the
we
one
go
who
right
made a
to
failed
his
choice
kid.
with a tail off behind it.
Even if,
trails
like,
off in the
I
fire to
remember
spark those who don't know
one
they're
of the
stuck
choices
on a
that I made
stale
with
course.
Bliss,
Yeah, we all face death
that
when it
wasn't even
comes to
related
take
to
your
him
breath.
like falling into
Usually
like the
without
hole or
knowing how many
anything.
days are left. Some raise their chest, others
like
cower
ended up
when it
getting him
comes,
killed
whether you
like
live in
somewhere
the
else on
towers,
the ship.
down
Like
in the
the
slums.
two events didn't seem connected at all. It was horrible.
People could have died in
Right?
If the rat just killed all of us, I'm gonna be really mad.
Definitely prepare.
I'm not preparing. I'm gonna be as mad as I'm going to be.
When ashes always fall in death's rain, it's cold outside.
Ah, maybe.
Death
I'll
in my eyes.
download it
Hold
real
these
quick
plans, man, we
afterwards.
gotta be wise.
And then
hold through together. Cause then they will rise. I'm saying peace for all my people that can see through the lies.
I'm sure it's
running up
fine.
her thighs while she's singing.
We'll turn it down for now.
Yeah. You know. How long can you have a song playing? Oh wow. I haven't had like copyright on any of it. Like I've watched Screen Factory opening.
It's fine.
So I'm not seeing any cutscenes.
Well, the credits are still rolling. I'm pretty sure that's it. Although, well, in that case, we're gonna skip. I'm pretty sure that most of the endings like have happened before the credits, except for House of Ashes. I think that's the only one that had anything like post credit.
Oh no, it's ending.
We'll see.
Wait, it's loading something. It's loading.
I see. I'm turning it up.
It's loading.
Might just be the menu. Don't get excited.
No. It has to be. Yeah! I told you! I had hope. I had a little bit of hope. Look!
I see.
Look! Oh.
Hey, what is that?
It does. I'm like as excited as them. It's like I'm there with them. We're saved! We're all saved! We all made it!
There was that long moment of being like, oh god, this done it bad all of a
I
sudden.
really thought we did it bad, and I believed there was hope, and here it is.
This mission is certified level 3 classified. You know what that means.
We just had to.
This mission is certified level 3 classified. Sorry. Are they gonna kill him? Wait. I also wonder if this is the same group at the end of House of Ashes. Why indeed?
They killed us!
Holy shit!
Never mind. That was bad. I really needed that. Fucking rats. Rats. Okay, well... You know what?
Fruity, I think they were the bad guys. I think the whole group was the bad guys.
Not I killed everyone!
Thank you, Sarah, for the bits.
I killed everyone.
I mean, that's okay. That's okay.
It's not my fault the military's bad.
It was the rat that killed everyone.
It was the rat. I mean, we warned. I did say that I was going to kill everyone.
It's true, and you were true to your word.
I was true to my word. I did so good. We did it so
good. We did it so good. It's not the butterfly effect anymore. It is the rat effect.
Oh my god, I'm so upset.
Oh my goodness. Alright, we're gonna hop on over here. I'm gonna turn this off. Well, that's Medan and Medan, y'all. We did it.
And we know what would happen if the rat had it bit us twice.
You'd have gotten the thing.
And we could just sail out.
Yeah. I think I've managed to sail out every time, which is why, like, I didn't know that they would fucking shoot you. Nah, it's fine. It's a new ending, and I got to see some new stuff with this, which was really exciting.
I'm glad that happened.
Yeah.
It's worth it for that.
It was good. It was a good time.
Thank you for playing with me.
Thanks for playing with me. Listen. Shall we find someone to raid? We have been streaming for almost 5 hours.
Wow.
Hey.
Good job, us.
We're gonna go say hi to Ams.
Ams!
It's Ams time.
We love Ams.
We do love Ams.
Ams is doing some art.
We love Ams art. We love Ams. We love Ams streams. We love Ams art. But yeah, thanks y'all for being here. Thank you, Emmy, for playing with me. We should do this again sometime soon.
I'm down.
Yeah, as per usual, thanks for just being cool folks. Alright. But yeah, we're gonna go hang out with the Ams now. Tomorrow, 5 Central, I'm gonna do some Walking Dead Season 2 with Rudy Spruce, which is gonna be great and exciting, and I love that. And yeah, as per usual, have a good rest of your time zone. I love you. Take care of your dang selves. And, see you next time, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.